No, I'm trying to roleplay as the honest man in this game, and I'm gonna tell you guys, making money is. Oh, you want my money? Yeah, sure, Jay. Look, 23 bucks, man. Come get it. Oh, I got $23 for you, man. Look, he wants all my money. That's all I got. 23 bucks.
I'll get. You're a good.
Right? Okay, guys, give me a second. Hold up. Oh my god. Gotta get the studio lights on and everything. Give me a second. I gotta get this set up real quick, guys. Good. Alright, let's do this. About 50K in the bank. Oh man. Alright, let's do it, guys. We got this. One step at a time. Millie, thank you so much though for the feedback. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna work this up so you guys can hear me better and everything. Do you do jobs in this game? Hey, what? What do you mean, panda? So many pandas. The pandas are awesome, guys. Jay, if you haven't already, make sure you check out these pandas. They're all awesome. Yeah, so right now, oops. Well, now I'm working as a lumberjack. Trying to be the honest man here, making an honest living, make some money. Got some bills we gotta pay, you know. Okay, so my webcam cover's on. Shoot. Okay, there we go. Much better. Okay, and then let me switch this real quick. Oops, hold on. Get this guy out of here. Oh, Lou Jay, what's going on, bro? Okay, let's continue on here and see what we got. So we're gonna actually set a path, right? Or out here. Such a long ride, guys. Move out of the way, move out of the way! Really?
Ay, Dios.
Wow. Alright, let's get to the highway real quick, guys. Just chilling? That's good, Jay. That's good. I hope everything's been good for you, bro. I really do, you know? Alright, we're gonna make the next turn here and get on that highway. Yep, this is it right there. The game is too loud? Really? Alright, give me a moment. Oh gosh. Really, NPCs? Alright, let me get to the side here. It does look like it's loud. Why is it so loud? Oh, it's louder on this side. Wow. Okay, give me a second. Can I get a side lane here? I'm just gonna pull right here. Ain't nobody gonna hit me. Hold on. Testing, testing. Okay, is that a little? That should be a little better for you guys now, right? Sorry about that. Happy Thanksgiving, Zeus. Happy Thanksgiving, guys. So how do you do the RP GTA thing? Well, first, well, one way is it's PC only. It is way better. Okay, cool. Yeah, one way is definitely PC only. Now I can lower the volume on my headset. It's too loud. You guys are right though, the game is pretty loud. Turn the headlights on real quick. So this is GTA 5 on PC, right? And roleplay means you join a server, and when you join a server, it will have the game itself, plus with additional scripts to give you like that different stuff. Yeah, not console, unfortunately. Man, honestly, Jay, I don't know how long I'm gonna be on tonight. Like, I'm kinda tired. Turkey's kicking my butt. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of food, guys. Oh gosh, I'm gonna crash. No. That just made. Wait, what? That just made what? Now, like this server, guys, it's got some bugs, but it's definitely, for a public server, you can't go wrong. That makes me sad. Aww. I guess that would make sense. I see the words together now. I thought you were gonna say make you masada or something. Sorry, not used to computer. It's okay. Let's hope. Yeah. I don't think we have much to worry about right now. Thank you, Lil J. I hope everything goes great for you too, bro. Have you been on Modern Warfare, or you're just still into the Call of Duty mobile still? I know, bro. I just haven't really been on mobile that much. I had to clear up space on my phone because I'm running out of space, guys. And that game takes up a lot of gigabytes, bro. I think PC will always be the master in gaming in terms of like no limitations, right? So like computer games let you do far more than what consoles will ever do. But consoles are coming a long way too, Zero. You have to understand that console games actually have, you're still on the mobile? Okay. Yeah, I wanted to try the zombies and get some of that going, but bro, I joined some public matches. The bots are just unreal, bro. Like, I don't know. I don't like that. Like, I know the real players are annoying, but the bots are just annoying too. Computer is the master race. Yep. Alright, so let's see what we got here. So yeah, honestly guys, working jobs, you'll make anywhere from $3,000 to $7,000 in cash. And then you get $500 every so often, periodically, for salary. And then you get your daily of $2,500 a day for your daily bonus. So I mean, there's you can make money in game, but problem is not enough, man. I think people make way more doing these robberies and stuff, but I'm trying to keep like I'm trying to RP as a good character, you know, as a good guy. You know, if I go bad guy, I'll go with a different character. But right, oh, almost crashed. Holy moly. Not good. I almost went with Deadly Premonition. I really wanted to play that game, but I'm only going to grind on here for a little bit. I might switch. If not, I'll probably go to bed. I don't know yet. It just depends on how we feel. I know with today being a holiday, there's not going to... It's everybody's falling asleep, busy, partying, doing all that good stuff, but I figured, well, since I'm grinding a little bit, let me get you guys some live footage on that a little bit. Oh my gosh. But yeah, Lil J, don't worry, bro. We will. If I have to put it on my PC, I'll put it on my PC and play with you guys that way. It makes it easier. I thought about getting Identity V a try again. But, oh, tomorrow, last year, Jay. Tomorrow's the last year, bro. I'm going to make sure we log into that and get that going. We'll be all set with that. Alright, so now we're going back into the wood yard, right? Make sure we don't crash our car, guys, because we already know the bad news with that. Learned my lesson. Oh, don't hit the fox. Okay, so the truck turns off when we get here, which is great. So let's go over here. We're going to gather some wood, right? Once we get some wood, we're going to do some... first, we got to cut the wood. I don't know if we have an animation for that, but I guess we could figure out. Bark? I'm done. I'm done. Okay. Barking it up. Terrier sign, what's going on? How are you? What do you mean, Zeus? You're using a double screen? How did you set up your banner? I'm confused. My banner? I like this. Oh yeah. I feel like one of those people on Star Citizen when they have their arms like they're the purple outline. Oh, my overlay. Yeah, I'm using, well, I have 3 screens. Good, how about you? Doing really good, Thank you so much for asking. Let's cancel that emote real quick. Alright, so we can't carry any more wood, guys, so let's go ahead and head on in. Now we have to, well, first we did what? We gathered some wood. So now we got to get some wood planks, I believe, right? Wood planks? Yeah, wood planks. Alright, so we're going to head up this ramp real quick. Jay! Oh my gosh, I'm crashing, guys. Why are you farting, bro? What did you do now? How about you? Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Just making some money here on some GTA. You know. How's GTA Online, guys? What's the new word and scope on GTA Online? Anything Rockstar doing for you guys? Like, I know they added the casino not too long ago. Yo, thanks for the follow there. Terrier Sin signs, Terrier sign. Terrier sign. I'm gonna say Terrier Sin sign. I'm terrible with names. I really am. I'm so terrible. So I need more than one screen to be able to use an overlay? No, absolutely not. I do more than one screen because I have more than one thing running. So I just like to be able to do everything without constantly minimizing and maximizing my applications or anything. Oh, they gave everybody $100,000. Wow. If I had that right now in this game, I would be so happy. But yeah, for an overlay, you need to stream from your PC, Zeus, not from your console. Once you get like a computer, you'll be set to go. Maybe next generation, maybe the next Xbox and the next PlayStations will have it to where when you go live, maybe they'll provide you guys with like an overlay. They can do it. It's just the fact, do they want to? You know. Oh, okay. I don't know what you're using to go live with, but you can just use Streamlabs OBS if you want. They provide you guys with free I mean, the thing is everybody has them, but they're free, right? But if you want to pay for some, you just look online and hire an artist, and the artist will draw you something, whatever you want. Just let them know what you want, and they'll give you a price or a quote, you know. But if you don't want to buy the overlays, you just use Streamlabs OBS. They provide you with built-in overlays. I think OBS.live does too. I don't know about XSplit because I don't use XSplit, so I can't really give you information on that. You're downloading everything, but you can't figure it out? Well, Zeus, you streamed from a PC before, right? You should be fine. Ooh. Ooh. Now, is that a Thanksgiving pie for me? Thank you, Zero. You guys are amazing. I just... So, we make about 4,000 doing this job, Jay. It's been... Ooh, Zero with the turkey. Turkey and pie. If only if I can grab that. Let me grab it. And I'll eat it right now because that would be so good. Turkey dinner. Thank you. All right, let's take a look. I think we've done everything here, so let's go ahead and head back. Okay, so we're gonna head back to the truck and put those in. And this job is pretty quick too. So you did the Streamlabs and set everything and change all the wording to your name, Exus, but then lost everything? What? Streamlabs OBS actually has a cloud, like it stores everything for you, all your sources and scenes, so you should be good, bro. Or are you talking about just the streamlabs.com, like just a regular website? You got to make sure you download their software too, bro. All right. That's how you've been doing it? Okay. I believe Streamlabs OBS even gives you a tutorial too when you use it, so make sure you follow the setup wizard. It should explain those for you. And this job goes pretty quick too. That's what I like about it. It's not so long, Jay. Like, remember the I know the job just takes way too long. The trucker, I mean, yeah, it's 3,000 more, but the amount of traveling and the bugs and the glitches, I'm just gonna stick with this job. Oh, jeez. I think it's kicking in now, guys. We're at 7 wood right now, guys, which is good. Jay, did you ever get yourself a car yet? Okay. 2 more to cut and we're good. Okay, Zeus. You did? Sweet. What did you get, bro? I don't know why, but I'm in the mood for Deadly Premonition. I don't know why I'm craving that game. Like, what did that game do to me? It was that orange and blue car you saw. Oh, yeah, that's right. You did get a car. Look at this guy just standing right here. So what email is he doing? The laptop? He's doing a clipboard. Ah, there we go. Me and the NPC getting along. See that? That's how we do it, guys. That is how we do it. All right. Let's keep an eye on. So we have a little bit to go. We're almost done here. Once we get 300 of these guys, that's it. We're done. I feel like I'm getting a refill. Ay, ay, ay. Almost done here, guys. Did you check out that game I sent you? Hold on. Are you talking about the Ravens Point to Silence? Oh, the racing one. That's the one in the DM. What is it on? Oh, that's the review. Hold on. Gas Guzzlers? You said it was free this weekend? Steam? I can't move in this animation? Oh shoot, let me cancel it. I'll just threw my clipboard to the ground. Wah, 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 wah. Yo man, my view counts are messed up, guys. What the heck is going on here? Awesome. Awesome. It's not free, it's basically cheap. Oh, okay. Yeah, but G2A kind of, I know they charge you if you do PayPal or credit card, they charge you like an extra fee. I think pretty soon I'll start buying some games. Right now, I can't, guys. Holidays this year, I can't. There's so many bills and so many like holiday things to do. I just don't have it right now. And I don't even think I have anything on PayPal. I think it's negative because of all like the things that I use for streaming is it's coming out of my pocket now. Oh, for 90 cents, not bad, bro. Yeah. Look at that. I mean, it looks pretty cool. Like, I was watching a video as we're talking. It kind of reminded me of the Twisted Metal. So it was like a drive and shoot. There's zombies. What the heck? This might be something I might want to make a YouTube video on. You actually like it? Looks interesting. Alright, one more, guys, and then we're done. We're done. Alright, let's go. Let's do it. Honestly, guys, server's kind of slow right now, so I think what we'll do, I might, I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. I was supposed to play Call of Duty today, but I just wasn't really feeling it. I didn't want to get upset today because I know Call of Duty would have made me mad. Could be a fun multiplayer game too. Could be. Honestly, I don't play much card games, so I don't know. I mean, hopefully it's not one of those like, it looks interesting. But the price you can't beat. I mean, it costs as much as a cheeseburger, so I mean, can't really complain too much, right? And there was actually a blog about those Steam controllers, Jay. What's up, Super? How are you? Turn this up in. Zoom that camera out just a little bit. I don't think it was like super bad, and I'm not gonna lie, I just kind of skimmed through it. I didn't really read it, but it seemed like Steam just wasn't really selling them as they thought they would, and I don't know, they just wanted to get rid of them, I guess. I could be wrong though, so I should have actually read it just to kind of see why were they going the way they were, because now I'm curious, you know. I'll have to check it. Okay, so now we should be good on the wood. No, one more. Come on. Come on. This is done, guys. Alright. So now we're going to go do the last final wood, and then we are done. First person mode, I don't see that stuff. It's, oh yeah, I do. Okay, I was about to say. Yeah, $50 for a controller is kind of high, even though Xbox makes us pay more for theirs. Yeah, well, you know they're going to, because they're Microsoft. Why would they go cheaper? So you got your third-party competitors that charges less. I do need to beat Daily Premonitions, guys. You know what? I need to clear my hard drive again. Star Citizen killed my hard drive. We're almost done. Almost. We got two more. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Back. Oh, we got it, guys. We are done. Perfect. Okay, well, let's cancel that animation real quick. Let's get the heck out of here. But yeah, $50 for $5. Dude, you can't go wrong with that, bro. Can't go wrong with that. That is true. You know what I was kind of thinking, Jay? Instead of playing all those side missions, I know we're supposed to do some of them, but I say let's just go through the main campaign, just get it done. We can do the side missions on our own time, you know? Hold on a second, before I take off. I got 200 in here. Honestly, dude, you know what I really wish? I wish I can get GTA to be like San Andreas, dude. I had so much fun on San Andreas. And we still got to do that Rage. That one's hard, bro. I think 5M is hard. Rage is even harder. Like, to do anything, it is difficult. Yeah, that's true. We can always uninstall it and then reinstall it when we're able to play. Okay, so hold on, let me let's get this out there. I'm not going the other way. Why does it keep making me go that way? I just killed a rabbit. Still a rabbit. Yeah, so we got that Borderlands to clear out. I think I got Atlas I gotta get rid of too. Like, I don't mind Atlas. It was fun. Like, I play with the guys, like, when I'm not live. I probably only streamed it, what, once or twice? I don't know. I really don't know. Animal cruelty, gay, you gotta do it. At least I let it go fast, right? Just once, right? Just once, yeah. I don't know. Like, it seems okay, just... I don't know. Like, I didn't even play Ark that much. You know what I'm saying? Like, I still have Ark, I think, installed on my one of my drives, so I'm gonna have to take that out. You're gonna hear from the ETA now? Wait, what? What do you mean? I don't get it. What did I do? Whatever did I do? I need to get a house in this game, bro. A house would be nice. That way I don't have to spawn at the garages, you know? The company that goes after people who do Animal Cruelty. Oh! There's no blood on my hood, so I should be okay. Right? We should be okay. Hey, Marlo, what's going on? How are you? Welcome back, by the way. I'm having good luck with the trucking job. I know the fueler job, not so much. So I'm taking a break from that for now. It pays more, but it's too risky. And I'm trying to roleplay as an honest man, so it makes it even harder. You know, like I'm trying my hardest not to do what everybody else does, rob people and rob the bank and all that good stuff, you know. That's good. I'm glad you're doing good. I don't know where in the world you're from, but happy Thanksgiving. If not, happy Thursday. Alright, so gas, we're still looking pretty good. If people unite. There we go. See? Do you know how hard it is to find people actually good in GTA? I don't know what it is, but every time people play GTA, the first thing they want to do is be in a gang, be the bad guy, rob people, initiate fights, instigate, or smash your car. Cops vs. Robbers, right. You know, when I first played roleplay, Cops vs. Robbers was actually the first thing I did. It was kind of like a roleplay script with Cops vs. Robbers feel to it, you know? I'm sorry, but this guy... The NPCs in this area drive very weird. Like, look, what is he doing? They drive like 10 miles per hour. I think they're bugged around here. I don't know what it is. That's weird. See, I gotta go 69 miles per hour, guys. That's my favorite speed limit. Oh my gosh. How's the social media thingy going for you? Everything looking okay? Everything's working out good for you guys? Oh my gosh, I'm hungry again, guys. I shouldn't be hungry. I ate too much. Oh my gosh. Ooh, 69. You got it, bro. Look at those cars. Just stop. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, what is wrong with these cars? Oh, that's Marley, right? I think, man. I'm screwed up. Speed limit 70, so we're fine, guys. I'm going one speed limit under the speed limit. Make sure we don't go over. I'm doing terrible at driving. Did you know that I just realized that you can... Oh! Look at this guy ate the red light. Okay, I guess... See what I'm saying? NPCs are weird in this area. Alright, so this one actually stops, so that's good. There's so many of these, like, toy cars. Light screen. There it goes. I'm surprised that this is... I'm so used to a lot of servers having this as a parking space, and it's not on this server. Well, it's kind of different. But definitely more mechanic shops and more hospitals, I think, are needed. I did leave a suggestion, though, on the Google Doc forum, so hopefully, let's hope for the best, guys. Let's hope for the best on that one. That would be really good. Oh, these guys. Speed limit 70. What are you guys doing? Go out of my way. I've been trying for more hospitals up north. Right. Yeah. So what I told them is, yeah, there's one out in Bone County, right near where the sheriff's department is. There's one out there that needs to be put in. I think there's even a working ATM on that one, if I'm not mistaken. What's the other one? The one that's near Grove Street, sort of. Yeah, it's a spawn point, but you can't go inside, so you can't get treated or nothing. But why do we spawn there? Like, that's what I don't get. So, I know that's, like, part of the script, maybe. So, it'll be nice to see at least have, like, a beacon where you can enter the building and get treatment in there as well. That'd be kind of cool. Oh, Davis, right. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, hospitals, more mechanic shops. I don't know much about the police department because I'm not in that faction, so I don't have any idea how that would work. I seen a cop right up there. I think we're going to be getting off here soon, guys. Davis used to be the hospital we used. I just say if locals take you, you go to country, which is Davis. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I even suggested like a little insurance system. So like if you die, obviously you got to pay for your medical treatment, right? And maybe even like purchase like health insurance. So maybe it costs more without health insurance, and with health insurance you pay like a deductible, like maybe $500 or something. I think people would die less often. I don't think I really see much servers doing that anyway. Like I know I did on a different type of roleplay game, not so much GTA 5. Oh my gosh! Oh no!
What the fuck?
Yeah. EMS charges nothing. Only people who charge for medical is if you go local EMS. Yeah, see, I don't understand that though. Why should you be penalized for RP when you should? The auto revive, the locals one should be like the last option rather than the locals doing it. You see what I'm saying? Like, allow the actual human EMS do it rather than the AI or the locals. Just I think it will definitely make it more, where EMS will be much more needed. I know you keep your weapons, but I don't know. I know it's GTA 5 and it's a little bit different. Let me hop out real quick. I can't get out. The local dock is only available if there's no EMS. Oh, I got what you're saying. Wow. Okay. active EMS people is low. People aren't interested in that RP, which is cool. True, that is true. I noticed there's so many cops, man. And that's bad because, like you said, it does turn into cops and robbers. Now, I'm not an officer in this server, so I don't know how it works, but I've been on a server where bank robberies were just, I don't know what they call them on this server, but we used to call them 1090s, and just the robberies were just every single time, and it was just annoying because it was constantly bank robbery, or house robbery, and it's like, come on, 32 players online, there shouldn't be that many robberies, you know. If there's EMS online, you have to see them to heal. Gotcha. Well, the only thing I noticed about the local EMS, yeah, you're right. I remember when you used to get the limping, and yeah, he did give you treatment. Okay, so that's cool. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that's cool. But when I'm also thinking, like, okay, have it to where we can change hospital locations. Let's say I buy a house out of Los Santos, and I'm out in like Bone County. Maybe I want to spawn at a hospital near my house. You know, maybe my car's in the garage out there too. You know, like in real life, if you go to a hospital, you get to choose, like, out of the 3 hospitals in your city, which one you want to go to usually. And I think that would be kind of cool. So not everyone is going to the same location. Did I sell it all? No. I think we sold them all, guys. So I'll have to actually check it out. So right now there's no EMS on. There's 2 mechanics on. Wow, that's interesting. 2 mechanics are on. That's cool. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Definitely. Well, I'm glad that person got banned or timed out or whatever, guys, because it was a weird, long text that you guys didn't have to see, so that's good. All right, so we're almost done here, right? Yeah, see, we made close to 4,000. So there's only 3 of you guys? That's it? But you know what it is, though. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. So to get more EMS, wait till the server builds up capacity, like 32 players all the time. People are gonna want that whitelist, right? I noticed that that's when people start becoming EMS, only for the whitelisting, but it at least brings EMS in. I think that would definitely help you guys out. I'm trying to get people to the server, I really am. I think what's hard now is that GTA RP has just changed, and I think the trend just kind of fell down a bit. How come that truck's still there but not the other? That's so weird. You know, I'm just gonna go this way. What am I doing? 51 fuel? I should just grab another truck, really. Does that equal a ban or just a timeout? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I would say probably a ban. I don't even see them on here. Because that is pretty bad. Yeah. Did you see it, Jay? You might have seen it because you're a mod. Oh, you still see it? Okay, hold on, Jay. All right, let me know if it fixes. Wow. Are you telling your creator, your master, that I need to be at VIP gold? Wow, TrickSpot, look, wants that money. Wants me to pay $20 to be able to purge people. I'm done. They grayed out, but still there. Ah, okay. I'm gonna get a new truck, guys. Truck's in good condition, but I need more gas. Oops. I wish we could return trucks. I hate that we can't return them, but I think they despawn anyway, so that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. And I'm glad the crouch is back. You can crouch now, which is good. Right before we couldn't crouch, guys. How much gas we're gonna get in this one? 51, the same. They will despawn eventually. Okay. Yeah, because I noticed that it takes 0 deposit. This is actually the first server I've ever been on where you didn't have to pay a deposit, because the whole purpose of that is so people return the car so it doesn't spam the server. Which I guess makes sense. Why are people always running right there, guys? Hold on, give me 1 second, guys. Oh man, what a day, guys, right? What a day. I took the wrong turn. I need the one with the highway. Yeah, I just went through all the jobs, made step-by-step guides, wrote down a couple notes, and let the devs know. So hopefully some minor tweaks will happen one day. Yeah, I did post my bug with the Bueller job. I don't really like the what you call it, the Cluck and Bell one too much. Fisherman, I just feel like it wasn't really worthwhile. But most servers, Fisherman is OP. Like, I'm kind of happy that it's not on here, so that's good. Because a lot of times that leads to a lot of robberies, so it's pretty nice to see that it's not on here, so that's good. It's very different on this one, so that's pretty cool. But that's good that they despawn too. Let me see if I can get the 69 miles per hour. It's my favorite. Yeah. I got 2 mechanics on. I'm gonna see if I can give me a few toolkits, put them in my car. But no, that's really good, Marla, that you went through the all the jobs and made some guides, and I think that's really cool. I noticed that they added something in the game now. Let me pull to the side. I noticed they added something in game. So now you have like you have this right here, which is really nice. They got the server rules, which is good. And you got some hotkeys here, which is good. You got the jobs right here, which is good. So that's going to be F6. So let's press F7, F6. F6 doesn't work. Why? Press F6 to bring up the job menu, job dependent. Okay, F6 doesn't work anymore. Or am I going crazy? Or did my F6 on my keyboard broke? Which one is it? I don't know which one it is, guys. I wish we could lock our trucks. I don't like that we can't lock them, but I'm gonna grab something real quick, guys. Hold on. Okay. Alright, let's be careful here, guys. Oh, I got a red truck this time. I just realized that. I got to put my blinkers on. No hazard lights. My fault. Yeah, but you know what though? Like I noticed a lot of servers though, like they get really uptight about like talking about jobs and the pay and all that. And they say, "Oh, find out IC that you're in character." In all reality though, I don't see nothing wrong with it. Like let the players know which jobs are good. I mean, I guess it lets them try all the jobs, but at the same time, I don't know. It's really hard to make money in this game, especially legit. The struggle is real, guys. It is definitely real. Oh man, I gotta get some gas. Do I even have money on me? Yeah, I do. Actually, that's not a good thing. Let's go put some money away. I think we're almost at the gas station anyway, which is good. So, hopefully that worked. Did it clear out, Jay, or is all that stuff still there? Oh, I think here we have to go 50 actually. So this is a merging lane. That's dangerous. Is there an ATM here that works? Yes. Good stuff. Alright, I'm gonna put gas in a second for now. Let's put these away. Okay, we have should be enough for gas, really. Oh no, I just did it again. No, how do I? Why are my lights so bright in this game? You're fired! Boy, we were just talking about you, bro. We were talking about you, man. Right, Jay? That is so crazy. And actually, you know what's funny? I was thinking, guys, the whole "you're fired" thing. You know, I was watching Back to the Future too. Don't ask me why. But I was watching that, and there was a part where Marty McFly gets fired, and then like his printers all prints out "you're fired." First thing I thought was you guys in chat. Can you believe it? I'm like, my stream will love this. If I posted this like as a widget, papers printing out, fired, yeah, with the long D at the end. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. How are you, Bori? Did you ever beat your Borderlands 3, bro? Ay, 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 ay. No? Ouch. I feel you, man. I missed the free-to-play days, so I gotta wait. I'll try to get on there one of these days. Bum, bum, bum. Let me get my brights on. I can't see a thing. No, actually, it doesn't matter. I see the same thing. I forgot about this store. You know what would be nice if vending machines were usable? We can't use vending machines in GTA 5, I don't think. I could be wrong, though. I almost crashed. I almost crashed my car. Right, let's speed it up. This truck is so slow, man. It is super slow, man. Oh my god. Okay, we're almost there. We got 3 miles to go. Ouch. This is a really long road. Oh my god. What happened to, what's that game, guys? What is that game? Not Space Invaders. What was that space game you guys were playing? I don't remember. It was something. I'm driving like a maniac. I'm driving like a maniac, and I don't know when, I don't know why. If I'm driving to my destination. Oh boy, what time is it? Oh gosh. It's almost that time, guys. Look, I could barely pass this car. So fast. So fast. Driving without a seatbelt on. What is wrong with your trucks? Oh, this is gonna hurt. Oh no! That was close. Ice Lords, that's what it was. Thank you, Jay. Now I remember. Jeez, dude, I forgot exactly what it was. What's up with that game? You guys don't play that no more? Did that just kind of die down or what? You guys were kicking some butt cheeks on there. Like literally butt cheeks. I don't remember all that being there. Not sure what happened. We just stopped playing it. Right. I blame Bori. Uh-oh. Bori. Uh-oh, he's calling you out, man. He's calling you out, bro! Whoa, man! Far on! He abandoned us for Tri-Night. I tried Fortnite, guys. I tried to get back into it. I couldn't. It was alright for a little while, but every day, I can't. I don't know why. I mean, Apex, I don't mind Apex. It's just, no, it's not crossplay. I don't know that many people that play it on PC, you know? Everybody I know plays it on Xbox. And they never have solo modes every time I play. They always take it out and make it back to 3-man squads. Like, really, man? Can you just keep the solos already? Like, stop playing with our emotions? You play it on PC? And Bori, yeah, but that's true. I think my computer will run it better now, too. One thing about Apex, though, I suck. I don't know the weapons. I don't know what's 3-round burst, what's 2-round burst, or anything. Hold on, guys. Shoot, I can't answer it. Let me see if, give me probably a second. Okay. Alright. Give me 1 second, guys. How do I do this? Oh shoot, how am I gonna do? I gotta make that call real quick. How am I gonna do this? Hold on. I'm talking about Tri-Night, but COD is super sweaty compared to Apex. Right. Well, there was a post about it saying the biggest content whatever Call of Duty's ever done, so I'm kind of curious to see what that's about. But yeah, the rage is real, guys. Call of Duty will make you mad. You could be the loveliest, nicest person in the world. Play some Call of Duty, you'll hate everybody. You'll hate the whole world. Let's see here. Blah. Alright, guys.
Hello?
What's up, bro?
Yeah, I need your help setting this shit up. I got the internet cord plugged into the back, and I don't know what to do.
No, no.
Maybe
Okay. Alright, so you did what so far?
nothing, just hook the thing up, set the internet to the back of the box. The internet
Okay.
cord.
Oh, okay, so you plugged in the Ethernet cord?
Yeah, so let me put it back on HDMI 3 for the Super Smart TV. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, make sure you have the HDMI. So remember, the HDMI is going to be your video and audio. Make sure you got the power cord plugged in.
Yeah, it's loading. Hold on.
And all you need is just Ethernet. And that, you should be all right. All of, if there's a system update, you have to do it. It's going to take some time, though. But if you have an update message, that means you are connected to the internet, which is good.
It says downloading update 3.8 gigabyte remaining, verifying update, applying update.
Ooh. Look at Zeus laughing. Yeah, Exus, yeah, Exus is laughing at you right now, bro.
What you say, bro?
Exus is laughing at you right now.
Hey, Zeus, oh, you can hear me?
Yeah, because I'm on the stream.
Yeah,
He said Happy Turkey Day.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving too.
Well, happy, bro. You got all formal on me now? Putting it on your tux real quick to talk on the phone now?
Yeah, you know, I gotta sound preppy. I'm online, bro.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, what's your gonna call it? You didn't get to buy no monsters?
Uh-huh?
You didn't get to buy no monsters?
Ah, man, I forgot, bro. Not my car's blocked in, too. I can't get out. It's Saudi, bro.
Why you didn't tell me, bro? I would've got you some.
I know, man.
Man, you tripping.
I know you. You're like a genie, bro. I just rub the lamp and somehow you make it happen.
I would've got you some. For a fact, I would've got you some.
Yeah.
Like I tell you all the time, I'm surprised you ain't advertised by Monster by now as much as you drink.
Bro, I know, right? Like, oh my gosh, like I should be sponsored with them. Yeah, so Exus said you don't know who he is, and if maybe you remember him from the last stream.
From from when we played Call of Duty, right?
Call of Duty?
I think it was Call of Duty, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know. Was it Call of Duty, Exus? Is that where it was? Oh man. Yeah, I'm doing this GTA right now, bro. I'm just grinding, just trying to be the good guy here, not rob people in banks. But man, making money is hard, bro.
Hey, you know that little box thing that I told you with the downloaded games and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Is that could be like unplugged and download more games in it or something from somebody else's, or no, that's not, and you can't do that?
What do you mean exactly? Say that one more time.
Like you see how your game got a lot of games and you go and download them into it?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, you mean a hard drive?
Yeah.
Okay, so it depends. So the hard drive, if the games are on a hard drive, you'll have to make sure whoever bought those games, their account is on your Xbox, and if their account is signed in with that hard drive, yeah, you can play any of their games.
Also, I could get your account signed into that portable hard drive?
Jesus is giving me the weird laugh. And then he's like, man, this mofo don't even know his own older brother.
No, brothers. I got so many brothers.
So, give me a second. Hold on. Yeah, bro, my car's blocked. Damn, bro. No, you can't hear them. They hear you.
You know, if he's an older brother of mine, it's a little funny though, because you know what I'm saying. If you say his name in Spanish, you know, it doesn't sound right, bro.
He's like, just tell that bot.
Yeah, hey, tell him. Well, he can hear me.
He can hear you clear as day.
His name don't sound right in Spanish, because if you say it in Spanish and then try to say it the same way you say it in Spanish, because you know how it's backwards in English, it'd be God of huevos. You know what I'm saying? So you don't say that. Hey,
Right.
he's the God of huevos.
All right, I got a truck. He said, hold up, I got one. Uh-oh. Yeah, I gotta, yeah, bro, I wanted to go to the store real quick, get me something to drink so I can stay awake because I'm tired, and then
You tripping?
No, bro. I thought I would be good, man, but...
You thought you'd be good, bro. You drink Monster like everybody's supposed to drink water.
Right. No, not really. I drink half of that, actually, because you're supposed to drink, what, 6 to 8 bottles of water a day, and I drink about, you know... Corey's like, bring him something. I need something, bro. Yeah. So this is legit, bro?
It went from 3.8 to 2.9 gigabytes per minute. And it's only 25% though.
Yeah. Give it some time. What's the what is it telling you for speed? What's the how many megabytes is it downloading at? The number's all the way to the right. Oh, you're doing the update, right?
No, it just says step 1 of 3 and does it 3. Verifying update, applying update. But
No, you're fine.
26,
Yeah. That's the system update. Do not interfere with that update. If you shut that console off for any reason, you'll crash the whole system. You have to reboot it from like square one.
Damn.
Yeah, you don't want to do that, bro.
Try to shut it off by updating and crash the whole system.
Yeah, that's you never want to. It's the same thing with cell phones. You don't want to like turn something off while it's applying an update, because what it's doing, it's entering the registry and it's entering your like pretty much everything that's very crucial, all your crucial files for your operating system. So if something doesn't implement right, it's not going to boot because it's not going to have the information that it needs or the files that's associated with it. Tell him that if he gives me $10 for gas, I can take him to his girlfriend's house.
Well, it's about to be, it's at 30% so far. How long does this usually take?
The updates can take a little while, bro.
So should I just leave the TV on and just let it update?
Yeah, just let it update. Downloading the update, if that takes long, that's because of your internet. But applying it and installing it, it won't take long, bro. It's because the system's probably hasn't been connected to the internet in a while.
Yeah, the Xbox hasn't been connected to the internet for a long time, has it?
Right. He's not paying attention. Right. Yeah, so they wanted me to tell you that. Tell him that if he gives me $10 for gas, I can take him to his girlfriend's house.
Tell him why his name is God of Huevos.
Let's see what the reply is. Man. Bro, you know what sounds good right now? Pizza, bro. With turkey on it.
That's what eggs is. A slice of pizza with turkey. Heavy on the turkey though, for extra cheese.
Right. Man. Oh man.
We still ain't got on Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the new one?
Have I got under?
No, I'm talking about Ricky's punk ass.
Oh, hey, no real names, man. Come on, bro.
I'm talking about, how you know who I'm talking about?
Huh?
I'm talking about that nigga Ricky, nigga.
Oh, yeah. Pretty Ricky, yeah. I remember. That was a good song. He sing good, bro. He still don't know. That's what happens when your own brother doesn't even follow you.
Yeah. Last time I followed people, I ended up in prison.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What happened? What happened?
Oh, you don't have two. Oh, wait, you don't have. Oh my God, we gotta get you a new phone, bro. That way you can get back into using the apps again. I forgot you broke it.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Tomorrow you about to get one?
The same one I had. Is gonna
All right, sounds good, bro.
yeah, sounds good.
You decided which one you're gonna get?
No, I'm just gonna fix the one I had. I
Gotcha.
got all my stuff in there. I ain't trying to. And plus, I had to learn how to use that one, bro. I ain't trying to learn how to use another one.
Yeah, no, that's true. Well, you know what though? To be honest with you, anything Android, you'll be familiar with it.
Yeah.
That's the good thing about
iPhones are
Androids.
retarded.
Oh, I can't do iPhone, bro. There's too many gestures.
Retarded.
Yeah, there's one
Yeah.
button and it's all gestures. I don't dig that too much. That's like saying,
Yeah, I don't need that.
you know, using an Xbox without a controller and everything's all touch hand based connect wide. I don't like that.
Or that's like, switching from Xbox to PlayStation 3, it's just not happening. Or 4, or whatever they have nowadays.
He said, "LOL." Just tell that noob that it's Rick. LOL.
I know who it is. I didn't know who it was. Wow. It sounds like somebody's not listening to my conversation.
I don't know. I think they can hear you, but I don't know if I have you loud enough. I know they hear you.
Yeah, I already knew who it was.
He said, "No, you didn't, bro."
I just said your freaking name, man. And Trix was like, no real name.
Right.
You twiddle-dee twiddle-dum.
Oh, they can hear you just fine. Okay, cool. You sound really low for me. I'm surprised they can hear you really well.
Some if you stop stuffing his face with turkey and stuff, he'd be alright, he could hear me.
He said, "Yeah," after like 40 tries.
After like, bro, I already knew who it was. Why you think I kept saying King of Huevos? Got a huevos. Exude, got a huevos. He don't like regular huevos. He likes the shocking ones. Zeus, got a thunder.
Right. Got the what is that? The mighty Zeus.
He likes the huevos that clap.
Hey, what's going on there, Jordy? How? How what? What do you mean how? Only he would know the God of Will.
Yeah, because I'm related to him.
Oh man. Right, boy.
He still ain't got Black Ops. Did you got it?
Well, I think last time I was talking to Zeus in chat, he was saying, we talked about Black Ops. He was, Zeus was a big Black Ops player, for sure.
I know he was playing Modern Warfare or Black Ops 3, wasn't he?
Yeah. I don't know about 4, but I know he was on 2 the most. 2. Black Ops 2 was like his go-to game.
Yeah.
But yeah, dang, bro, I wish there was a store open near me. Why has it got to be so far?
What about the new one? You haven't tried it?
I don't think so. No. Have you tried the new one, Zeus? Remember who did the 8-year stretch? Oh, 2, 3, 4, anything COD. Okay, so yeah, he said he played 2, 3, 4, and anything COD. No, not only mobile. Oh, he said the only one he didn't play was mobile. That's a lie. I think I saw you progress somewhat. I seen you level up a little bit, like level 8 or 4 or something.
The mobile one wasn't bad though. It's all right.
Yeah. Well, what I liked about the mobile was the maps were cool because it brought memories. You know what I'm saying? And then it felt good to be back on the ground again. Not this jetpack exoskeleton flying. And plus it was on your phone. I play mobile games, so it didn't bother me. I thought it was pretty
And
cool.
it was free.
Yeah, but what's so weird now about the mobile, bro? I tried playing it again after playing Modern Warfare. It feels so slow
Yeah.
because I'm so used to running fast now, and I'm like, wow, you can really feel the pace difference.
Yeah. It's not that bad though. It's alright though.
Yeah,
The
no,
mobile game.
I know Lil Jay was in here earlier, and he's wanting to get on mobile again. I thought I have to get back on there soon, man. I kind of feel bad. I miss the times we had,
Yeah. But like I said, for a mobile game, it's not a bad game though for being a mobile game.
Right.
And like I said, you didn't have to pay $60 for it. It was free.
Yeah, it's free to play, man.
Yeah, I know. I surpassed you on your level. I'm like 75 or 76.
Oh, snapperoni, man. Keep it up, bro. Not but Frodo. When you go to the store, you said right now?
Huh? What percentage? What does it say there?
Yeah, what percent are you right now and going to the store?
65. Oh, you got 65%.
Thinking about playing the mobile and streaming it, but playing it with the controller so that I can smack everyone on it. Is the game still not controller compatible yet? Like, did they add it?
I'm about to get one.
Yeah.
I'm about to get one. But I'm going to have you download the...
Oh, it is. They made it to where you can use a controller now?
Yeah.
You don't need you don't need to do how we used to do it?
With the...
Yeah, well, that's good. It's about time. I knew they were going to bring it back.
I got to download that Panda app.
Yeah, but Zeus is saying that it's ready to go. Like, you don't even need any other like third party or any scripting involved. Like, it's only Xbox One or PS4 controllers that work so for the game.
Oh, they got it like that? I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
I guess so. I'll have to check.
Yeah,
I'll have
I
to
didn't
check it
know
out.
that. I was talking about, yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, shit like that would be tight.
Right. There's a setting in the game that you can turn on now. Okay, well, I know there was a setting when it was in beta, and then they stopped. They removed it. And then I guess they brought it back, so that's cool. I wonder how that works.
So, hold on. So, you could play the mobile one with the Xbox remote?
Yeah. I guess now you just go into settings and turn it on. Because when it was in beta, bro, they had the setting there, but they removed it when it released.
I didn't know that,
Yeah, that's why I was weird. I was kind of weird about it. I'm like, wait, hold on. So it was technically ready for it. But there was some few adjustments.
That's pretty cool, then.
Yeah. Well, people were complaining because a lot of people can't do touchscreen, bro, because the screen gets hot. You're touching it. You know, all that good stuff.
Yeah, that's tight, then, if they did it like that, yeah. All you need is a mount or one of the little selfie mounts.
Oh, you just put it on whatever you want. Yeah. I mean, it's recommended to. You can even buy those little cheap clips for like $5. You just put your phone on right onto the clip. The only thing I don't like about that though is that it puts weight on your hand. You know what I'm saying?
Or not if you get the one that you just have to stand. If you get the little stand mount for it,
Yeah.
that's tight though. You can play it with the Xbox remote. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's good. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, once I get the phone, if you figure it out and stuff, I need you to set that up so like that I can turn it on so I can just use my Xbox remote to play.
Yeah, because you said that there was a YouTuber doing it and it worked, but I don't know. Are you sure? Like, well, obviously he said go into settings to do it, so it must be there. Actually, I'm gonna take a peek. I'll take a peek at it.
Yeah, that'd be dope. You hear that, babe? Now they set it up with the...
Even played it on an iPad and it worked even better. Wow.
Now they set it up where the settings, so you can use, you can use the Xbox remote to play it instead of using the touchscreen. That's wrong. You're checking it right now to verify it. Yeah, that's pretty tight, man.
All right, so I'm logging in right now. So let's see if it's in the settings. Well, maybe it won't be because my controller's not on. I'll have to probably turn the controller on.
But the controller would. Yeah, but see.
Oh, wait, what is this? Preseason.
But how would that even work anyway, though? That's just to your phone.
Oh, just be under your control settings. Oh, we're in season 2 now. That means levels
Yeah.
reset.
You didn't know that with the zombies and all that? Wait, is a new season past the zombies?
Yeah, season 2's out. The new season for the game.
Is this, what's the difference though? What's on there?
Oh, games do that now. Where when the season's over, it progresses into the next season.
Yeah, because they had that new map with the snow and all that stuff. I forgot
Yeah.
what it was called. But I haven't played it since the phone, bro. It's only been like what, 3 days?
Yeah. No, it looks like the level stayed, so that's cool.
Which is still in 65. We should have been like at level 130 by now.
Right. Well, that's what I am on the other Call of Duty.
Yeah, no, you only. That's ridiculous. You put man hours on this.
Hell yeah, man.
How much is that game though?
Wow, there's so much to claim, bro. So when you log into Call of Duty, you're gonna have a lot of claiming to do. Because now it's a new season. Yeah.
How much is the Call of Duty game now?
Huh? Give me 1 second, bro.
La computadora de él tiene un número que te puede llamar de la misma computadora. Is that, what is that, 93, 98?
Oh, I see it, bro. Controller. It's in there.
It's in there?
It's in there, dude.
You gotta have to show me how to do that, though. 'Cause I don't know.
Controller, so you have to connect your controller. So how would that work, though? Like, would you
Right,
have
would
to,
the controller have to have Bluetooth on it?
man, that means people are playing it now. The reason why people didn't play it before is because no controller, bro.
So what is it, like your remote has to have Bluetooth or something, or just automatic?
Yeah, your remote has to have Bluetooth.
Oh,
Give me
your
1 second,
remote
bro.
has to have Bluetooth. Ese control no tiene Bluetooth, ¿verdad? The Xbox. Was it 96? Why does it say 111 megabytes remaining? I thought that was so many in the system. But I'm not saying there's nothing in the system. Oh, that's just how many is remaining to download the update, that's all. Ya, porque tiene como un montón de juegos. Ya, porque tiene como 500 juegos. How many inches is that TV back? 60? What is that? A flat screen. Yeah. 55. Pero se ve grande. See, that one's going fast.
Breathing so hard into the mic. Uh-oh. I haven't played that in so long. Uh-oh. Let's link up the Bluetooth to have it look and just connect. Okay. Yeah, you just... most controllers are Bluetooth, bro. Like, I don't know which controllers you have for your Xbox, but hold the pairing button and see if your phone recognizes it. If it does, then you're good. If it don't, you're screwed. Oh, one of them should work then, bro. It have to be an Xbox One S controller or newer.
This is the same black console that you got in your house.
So is the Xbox One X?
Wait. This is the Xbox One X, right? Yep.
Okay, so if it's the X, then that means it's 4K and the controllers are compatible, yes.
Okay. Yeah, right now it's verifying update.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's going way faster than that download.
Right. Now, I don't know who's all there, whatever, how many consoles you got, bro. But remember, you can do Xbox game sharing too, so that way you can have more games in your library.
Wait, say that again?
Yeah, you can do Xbox game sharing too, so you can have more games in your library. It's kind of like what me and my cousin does. Well,
How you do that?
you make each device their home device. So, like for an example, I'm just going to use me as an example. If I log into your Xbox, make it my home, all my games on your Xbox can be used at all times without me being signed in. And then I make my Xbox your home, and then all your games are mine. I can sign in without you being logged in. You see what I'm saying? But you can only do that 3 times a year.
So you know how to set it up then?
Yeah. So the purpose of this, besides the way I said it, is so that way if you have 2 Xboxes in the same household, you don't have to buy the same game twice. You see what I'm saying? That's what it's really for.
Well, what if you're not in the same house?
Don't worry about it. You don't have to be. Most people aren't. I'm just saying what they say it's for, but most people do it because they have a buddy or a friend, and they're like, hey man, you want to share Xboxes? So that way you guys share games together. Every game you own, they own, you guys own together.
Yeah, that's pretty tempting.
But if they ever unlink their Xbox, you will no longer have access to their games. So make sure it's somebody you know, and that's not going to keep switching on you.
Yeah, it just turned off and turned back on. You heard?
I love Bori hates Xbox, bro. I love Bori's like comments. Hold on a second. Now, question for you: when you connect your shitbox controller, do you need a third party to connect it? Wait, what?
No.
I don't get that. Are you talking about for PC or for console or what, Bori? Like this game here supports Xbox controllers. You don't even need to. Oh, to your phone. No, yeah, you just connect it to Bluetooth. That's it. It's compatible right off the bat. Like me, I got 300 games and he could use them all. Right, yeah, so even like for an example, let's say you connect to your brother, bro, and you both connect to each other's Xboxes, you guys will have the same game. So all 300 games he has, you'll be able to play all the time.
Well, how do you go by connecting though?
Well, because, okay, so for an example, he'll have to log into your account on his Xbox. Okay? He would have to assign his Xbox as your home. And then vice versa. You'll have to log into his on your Xbox, and he'll have to make it your Xbox his home.
And I can still play the lines as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's tight. Well, you got like 500 games, nigga, so I'm gonna have to do that with you.
Well, I've been Xbox sharing with my cousin, bro, for like almost a long time, since Xbox One came out. Yeah, I can't abandon him, bro, because like he bought games, I bought games, and then, huh?
You can only do one person?
You can only do one person, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, even though my cousin, I don't think he really even plays Xbox anymore, bro. So let me talk to him, see what he's doing, because if he's not gonna be on Xbox, I'll let you know. I know I had one of my mods too that I was gonna share with too, but honestly, just I've been sharing with my cousin for several years, man. You know, I don't want to do him dirty.
Well,
You know, he gave me money before to buy games too. Huh?
You can share some of your downloads.
Right. Now, remember too, instead of Xbox sharing, you can always have their account logged in. Like, let's say for an example, like on my Xbox, you know how your account's on there? If you buy a game and I log into your account and I have my account signed in, I can still play your games without making it your home.
But I can still log in on my account on mine.
Yeah, but the problem about not making it your home though, if I log in, it logs you out wherever you're at. That's the only bad thing. But if you do the home Xbox thing like I said, you don't have to worry about that ever. You just log in whenever you want.
Well, we gotta try to check that out, see if he's using it. If he ain't,
Don't forget to tell him that if you don't have Xbox Live, it will give them to. Yeah, so if you don't have Live, but that person does, you'll still have Live. Like my Live expired, but I forgot my cousin still has it, so that's how I'm able to play games online right now.
Oh, so y'all can share the live. Well, that's
You can share the Live too. Yep, you share the Live, you share the games, and I don't know if you share Game Pass. That's a good question, actually. I have no idea about that one.
so if I get that 3 months for that promo, that 3 months for the dollar stuff, you'll be able to use that 3 months as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's pretty tight though.
Now the ultimate is great, bro, because for you the PC part won't matter because you're not on PC anyway. But you get Game Pass for PC, Xbox, and you get Xbox Live for $15. So pretty much you're paying $5 a piece a month, which is not a bad deal.
Right.
There are some pretty sweet games on Game Pass. I will admit, Game Pass has nice games, but sometimes their games can be eh. It just depends on, you just gotta catch them.
I know you got a whole bunch of games.
Okay, so Exu said Game Pass doesn't work. You can't do that. That's actually linked to your account. I think you have to be on the same device.
Oh yeah. It's still tight though. It's still got a lot of good benefits though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me know.
La, la, la.
So like that we can find out if we can get that done.
Heck yeah, bro. Well, get that Xbox updated because that's what you need to do.
I know
Get those games plugged in. Make sure you get all the accounts you want that needs to be logged in. Get that all ready and set up because that way, you know, at least you'll be ahead of the game.
Yeah, it's about to be done right now. It's at 94%.
And then you said you're about to get a gaming computer too, bro? Is that what I heard?
As soon as I can get to work and get this income, I'll give me a computer ASAP.
There you go.
I'm gonna try to make some money on stream too.
Yeah, do it, bro. Exus is actually doing all right. He's been live streaming. He's getting followers. He's doing good too.
I know he be
Zeus will
doing
tell
that
you
right
he's streaming now. He knows the game. Like, I mean, he still comes in and asks me questions, but he knows.
now. He be streaming Roblox. Man, he was streaming that Black Ops, won't he?
Huh?
He been streaming Roblox. Ain't he been doing that Call of Duty Black Ops?
Well, like I said, I know I used to watch Zeus play Black Ops 2 for the longest time, and I think he played 3 when Xbox One came out. I don't remember seeing him play 4 too much. Man, you know what sounds good right now, bro?
What?
Monster, bro.
You go to withdraw.
I get a whoop whoop. Bro, they got Twitter in this GTA game, bro. People say weird things. I love it. It's so good.
Twitter and the Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah, somebody just said, can I get a whoop whoop?
That's funny.
Yeah, let me check my, and then they got Instagram too in Grand Theft Auto, so you can take selfies of yourself and...
And post it? What the heck?
Heck yeah.
How much money you up now?
I'm trying to make the money, bro. It's hard, man. I think right now I'm at about, you know, out of character though, everybody knows my amount, but in character, nobody knows what I have. You know what I'm saying? And if they do, they're metagaming, so they'll get banned for it or punished. They'll get jail time for it. But I've been working a lot, trying to make some cash. You know. I think these trucks don't despawn unless I despawn.
You playing that right now?
Yeah. I'm just kind of grinding. I'm not doing anything fancy, fantastic. I'm just trying to make a living in the game, bro. Trying to be the good guy here.
All right, it just went to the home screen. Was it remote? All right. All right. Well, we're in. All right, hold on. Hey, it's on the home screen. It says press X to sign in. Press the middle button to sign in.
Yeah. Do you remember your login stuff?
Nah, you gonna have to help me with that.
Bori said I can bring you one. It's gonna cost you. Oh man, Bori, are you gonna do Monster or what is that? Uber Monster? Is that what you're doing, bro?
Uber Eats.
Right. Can you imagine though ordering a Monster for like $2 something and then have to pay like a $5 delivery fee? Well.
Hey, I'm in the sign in part. You gotta help me out now.
You're at the sign in?
Yeah.
Give me a second because I gotta.
It says email, phone, or Skype. They still got Skype.
Yeah, no, you want to do email. So it's gonna be that email we set you up with.
The Gmail.
Yeah.
All right, Chaos Platinum.
Hey, not too loud, bro.
I mean, they don't know my password.
No, yeah, true, but even emails, you don't want people knowing that. Emails is actually sufficient enough.
Well, you gotta mute me for this part so you can help me out then.
Yeah, no, I know, I got you. Well, if anything, I can just text it to you too. Hold on, give me a second, bro. Let me actually. I don't even know it. Honestly, I don't remember. Give me a second. I gotta find it. Where did I put you at, bro? Right here. Yeah, Jason. Now you're gonna get spammed with a ton of emails. Because honestly, bro, people use like generators, EXEs, where it's like email generators. So like what they can do is they like randomly guess passwords, and eventually they can get logged in. So that's why I said be careful. Okay, so Xbox Live. Oh, I do got you, bro. Now you can take pictures on your phone, right?
This is a flip phone, bro. But I could get pictures though.
Okay, cool. I got you. Give me a second.
Yeah, I just got three.
I'm setting it now.
I'll let you know if I got it. Hold on.
Thank you, boy. It's okay, bro. It's all right. I'll be okay without a monster for now. It'd just be nice if I did. All right, so you should have got that. That's your Xbox.
Wait, I'm still waiting to receive it. You know, it's flip phone.
Well, it is almost a megabyte. It's about 978 kilobytes because I think I'm. Thank you, DGL. Thank you so much. Wait, what? How do you do? Thank you for your name. Huh. What am I doing? I don't even know what I'm doing.
I don't know. I ain't received nothing yet.
It'll take some time, bro. Give us some time. It's a pretty big picture.
Oh, okay.
If you don't get it, I could just write it. Hold on. Top one will be your username.
Really?
Uh-huh.
That was Mario.
And then the second one will be your password.
All right.
Alright, so you should have got that.
All right. You send it?
Yep. First one is username or whatever, and then or you honestly, yeah, you just use your email, bro. I forgot. You log in with your email, and then that's the second one's your password.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still waiting. These flip phones are slow.
Right, little man's loud even though he's not next to you. I know. Little man, you gotta keep it down. They can hear everything you're saying. He's got his cousin over here too, guys. They're playing. Reed Spike, thank you so much for the host, bro.
Well, that explains why they didn't run downstairs.
You're welcome, Ramiko. How are you, bro? Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's crazy, bro.
Yeah, that's weird. I haven't done nothing yet. I don't understand why. You sent it through a text?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't received anything. Yeah, that's weird.
Let me resend.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm not receiving it.
That might be why you never reply to me, bro. I'm always texting you. You don't answer. I'm like, man, he's ignoring me.
Yeah, I haven't got nothing.
Unless my phone got turned off. I forgot my phone bill was overdue, bro. It's supposed to be turned off tomorrow. Huh?
Because I called it, it was ringing.
Yeah, maybe that's why. Maybe I can receive calls. I'm on Wi-Fi, so I don't know if I'm turned off or not.
Oh.
Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm not going to have a cell phone this weekend, guys, probably. So no mobile streaming.
Yeah, because I haven't gotten no text or nothing.
Yeah, I'm going to get me a new phone anyway. I'm tired of paying too much money for this. Why is this NPC looking at me like that? Oh, weird.
You using your phone for the streaming?
Hmm? No.
Using it, huh?
No. I'm calling you on the on my computer.
No, I know that. I'm saying you using your main phone for the streaming, or what do you?
Yeah, my mainstream is used for my mainstream. Wow. Yeah, my phone's using for streaming. So if I call, it ends my broadcast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it needs to keep a solid connection. Hello, how are you guys?
Well, is the missus sleeping or is she present?
Huh? Sleeping.
I was say I could have called the phone and then you could have just told me over the phone.
Yeah, that's true. You still not getting the text though?
No, I haven't got nothing.
You scare me, bro.
No, I'm serious. I haven't got nothing yet.
Okay, because you did. This was today at 12:41. Or did I text the wrong number, bro? Because you had quite a few numbers. Hold on. No, it had to be that one.
Yeah, because we was just texting off the other one.
You know what? You know what? Let me do this. Let me do this. Actually, I'm going to actually text you on this one instead. Give me a second, okay? This one you should get with no problem.
You can text off your computer?
Yeah. Give me a second. Welcome to the future, bro.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy.
Where the heck are you? Right here?
Listen, when I seen the freaking lamp that has a USB port, that threw me all the way off.
Right.
You charge your phone off a lamp. That's ridiculous.
All right. Did you get it?
Hold on. Nah.
Why is it being so weird? Is my internet okay? Okay, now it looks like it went through. Okay, give it a second. Give it about 30 seconds.
All right.
Let me know if you get a message.
All right.
You know what? I need a mechanic.
You want me? Is little man's phone around him? Bless you. You hear me, Tricks?
Yeah.
Is little man's phone around him?
Yeah, but he's grounded.
I know, 'cause I was about to say I can call his phone since the missus is sleeping, and then you can tell me over the phone 'cause I ain't getting no text. I don't know why.
That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't got anything. I don't know what's going on with this phone. It might be my phone. I don't know.
Yeah, it might be, but oh, you know, it might be because you're on the phone call. I didn't even think about that.
Or that phone probably.
Yeah. Go ahead and hang up real quick, and I'll call you right back.
Okay.
Okay, bro. Make sure this. You remember when you were called HTC, or I think is that what it's called? I couldn't use it until I got on top of the card. Yeah, what's up, bro? Did you get him?
Yeah. As soon as I hanged up, they came in.
Yeah, I forgot, bro. As soon as you said flip phone, bro, I'm like, oh, wait a minute. You know, you keep telling people you got a flip phone, bro. They're gonna think you're doing something, bro.
Yeah, call me in 5.
Okay, bro.
All right.
All right. It's crazy. All right, let's wait for this mechanic guy. See what we can get. I need a deal. Get them. Oh, speaking of that, I gotta take out some money. Hold on. They get them for about half off usually, so let's. Wow, my game just crashed. You gotta be kidding me, yo. While my car is there, I hope it's okay. Let me reconnect real quick, guys. We are reconnecting to the game. Yeah, I remember when I had an HTC. Dang, Reed Spike, you said HTC. Yo, I remember when HTC and Blueberry were like the phones, right? They were supposed to be like the more sophisticated ones. They had the trackball, were fancy. Now, I don't know what happened. Gonna get a copyright. The name of the song was from Fall Out Boy when I was playing down. You have the Motorola now? Yo, I heard the Razer's coming back, man. I saw a preview on it. What? I think everybody I used to know had a Razer. Like, who did not have a Razer? Remember Sidekicks, guys? A little like flip, like, man, buying phone cases back then? That was the shizness. Oh, you got a Motorola like 2 years ago. Yeah, I know the Droid, Motorola Droid X or whatever, like they were out with those, but man, I'm telling you, bro. Okay, I'm back at the ATM. Sweet. Oh gosh. Oh, my car's still here. Sweet. Car door was open? Of course it was open.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on? You're the mechanic?
Yeah.
Sweet.
I am. I'm Belle. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Well, I flew in from Liberty City. Just been here in Los Santos just for a little while.
Right. What was your name?
They call me Mr. Gonzalez.
Mr. Gonzalez. Okay. Yeah, but again, I'm Bonnie Dallas Bell. I'm one of the mechanics with T&D Auto. Sorry, I'm spaced out a little bit tonight. Yeah, so you said you needed 2 fix kits?
Yes, that is correct. You know, these guys in here, they're outrageous. They're crazy.
No, absolutely. Yeah, so we sell our fix kits at $1,500 per instead of the $3K that they're in there. So, you know, you get the 2 for 1. Yeah, so it'll be, $1,500, so it'll be $3K. Do you want to be billed?
Actually, being built actually sounds pretty good, because I tried to use the ATM over there, and for some reason, my head exploded, so maybe there's just a lot going on with my mind.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll happen. Let me see, Ilan.
Do you need any information, or how do you...
No, it should just, it bills automatically. We have a system in place. It'll pop up on your phone, and if you go to that little red circle with, like, the laptop and the note, it says, like, Faturaria or something like that, and just hit enter, muscle, and then hit enter muscle again, and then you can pay it.
Alright. Okay, see it here, the billing. Got it for the 3,000 for the 2 mechanic kits there. Appreciate it. Okay, and you said all the payments can be dealt with through here, through the app?
Yeah, you should, when you're in the app, you should be able to just, yep, I got that payment. So,
Okay.
yeah, because I got a little notification on my phone that said you paid it.
Alright, sounds good. Yeah, I don't want to keep invoices. I've heard people get in pretty big trouble for those.
Yeah. So what is it that you do in this city?
You know, lately I visit the jobs center where, you know, for people that was unemployed, so I went there and they provided me with a couple positions, and I'm just jumping back and forth right now. I've been sticking to the lumberjack job for a while, and these guys, they seem to be okay, but it's a lot of traveling. It's hard to spend time with the family when I'm always on the road.
No, of course. Well, what is it that you're looking to do long term in the city? I mean, we have law enforcement, there's lawyers, there's business owners, there's more shadier means of business, you know.
Absolutely. Well, over in Liberty City, I actually was part of the Liberty City Police Department over there. I'm a pretty good abiding citizen. I don't really do any of these bad things like most people do in towns.
Yeah.
Try to live up in the suburbs, stay away from the crimes. But sometimes the crimes find their way to you, you know?
Yes, I am very much aware. Being a alleged criminal. People say that about me. It's not true, by the way. I've never hurt anybody. Allegedly.
Well, I think we all do some things here and there, but gotta keep my nose clean.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you had a chance to, meet some new people, talk to some people, or are you still kind of just doing jobs and kind of feeling it out?
Yeah, I've been meeting some people. Not as much as I thought I would. But with me traveling and all, it's been kind of pretty difficult, But yeah, I've been looking around.
Yeah, so there's basically 3 places people are always going to be. Hold on.
I was actually just gonna ask you that. You beat me to it, but go ahead.
Yeah. So
I
the
misspelled
number one
bad.
place, if you open up your GPS, you know where the pink cage is, ish?
The pink cage.
Yes. So to the right of the pink cage, you're gonna see on your GPS a little like wrench icon for the mechanic shop. There's 2 big mechanic shops in the city. There's one by the pink cage, and then there's one in the north that's T&D Flywheels. Basically, if there's a mechanic in the city, people are normally hanging out there a little bit.
Okay.
If people aren't hanging out there, then they're hanging out at Pillbox.
Okay, I'm not seeing the. I'm sorry. So I see the northern section where you mentioned the mechanic shop. I do see it on the point of interest here on my
Right.
GPS. I don't see the pink cage though.
I can hop in the car and show you. Like, the pink cage isn't on the GPS anymore for some reason, like the big marker for it.
Okay, what street is it nearby? Because I updated my GPS to show the. Okay.
I can hop in your car and I can mark it for you.
Yeah, that'd actually be good. All right.
I'll go mark it. Outside of that, like I said, I don't know. It's kind of hard, especially respectfully if you're more clean cut.
Right.
Just because I run with a little seedier crowd. Yeah, so basically that's where the mechanic shop is that most people hang out at. Yep.
Okay, let me go ahead and double check. Oh, okay. So yeah, that was the one you set up north, correct?
So that is the one that's kind of north, and then there's one that's way north by the airfield.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah, I'm normally hanging out at either one of those. Most of the mechanics are either at one of those. I know Nick Dallas. He's my husband. He hangs out at the north one. Yeah, so it's the mechanic shops. It's Pillbox Medical. Honestly, I'm not kidding. People just hang out at the hospital and talk. People just hang out at the police department in the city and hang out and talk. Yeah, and I think that's it so far. Some people are buying up some of the clubs and bars, so hopefully people will start hanging out there a little more.
Oh, any idea like what a business goes for around this town? Like, is there something I can look at or?
So the best way to get kind of your foot in the door with that is to work like as like a manager position or work work for that bar, and then you can totally like go ahead and start snapping up the management. There are plenty of businesses that Johnny Cervantes manages most of them right now, but that's just until he can hand it off to someone basically. There's Bahama Mamas.
Okay, Respect. Okay, that's actually really good, bro.
There's Bahama Mamas. There's the Tequila La, which Percy runs, but Percy's not in the city right now. There's the Vanilla Unicorn. Kat's looking for people to help her run that. Which is the strip club. I own the Yellow Jack. We're gonna be looking for bartenders and bouncers soon. And honestly, the mechanic business I think is hiring.
Yeah, I seen the mechanics. Seems like they're in dire need. I've been noticing cars are looking crazy out here on the road. So how's their staffing looking?
Honestly, so staffing is open for the mechanics is what Nick told me last. I don't think he's changed his mind on that just because so like we have a lot of mechanics on roster, but a lot of them haven't been in the city recently. So I think he's going to start letting people go and just rehiring. So if you've been in the city for at least 2 days, just go to the whitelisted job section in the government email, put in an application, and he'll meet up with you, and he'll do your interview, or I'll do your interview. We'll get you hired on.
Yeah, so I did have a question about that. So with that email
Yes.
thing you mentioned, so I did try it. I don't know if there was something wrong with the email. I did what it
So you
asked,
did
like,
/apply,
correct.
and you didn't get anything in your inbox?
Nothing at all. That's what I was concerned about. I thought
Okay.
maybe the systems were down, or...
So it might have been down at the time, but also you need to make sure that when you do the application process, that your security setting is that you allow DMs from anyone, because the bot isn't in isn't in our, you know what I mean?
Right,
So
right.
like you got to make sure your security settings allow DMs from anyone, and once you have that set up, the bot will send a DM to your email that'll basically be like, it's very, very straightforward. But yeah, as long like it's probably just a security setting, or the bot was down at the time.
Okay, yeah, I'll definitely be, I'll check it again. And then, so once I do that, I should get, like, a list of, like, jobs in the city, correct?
Yes, so they'll do like /apply, and it'll be like, do you want to apply for 1, 2, 3, 4, and it'll be like 1 will be police, 2 will be lawyer, like 3 will be you know what I mean, like so on and so forth, and then it'll just walk you through the process from there.
All right, sounds good. Yeah. So, what do you think is be like the top thing right now around here? Like, what's in high demand?
Do you mean like what the city is hurting for the most, or what's going to make you the most money?
What's a little bit of both?
So the 2 things the city's hurting most for right now, the top would be EMS, our doctors and things like that. The second would be mechanic.
Okay, and then
No,
which one has the?
scratch that. I got it messed up. EMS, the number 1 thing we're hurting for is lawyers and EMS.
Gotcha. Okay, I could definitely see. After looking at the reviews of this town, definitely I could see lawyers being in dire need. Crime rate's definitely been improving.
Yep. Yes, the crime rate's been improving a lot, which means we're gonna have more need for lawyers. One second, I need to eat.
And that's also on the government email as well.
Yes. The difference between so the whitelisted for the EMS is going to be just basically the same as the mechanic. Thing with the lawyer is once you put in an application on the whitelisted job, you have to go to the judge's room, which is, I totally forget where, but basically if you type #judge, there should become an option, you know what I mean? You know how to type to find channels, right?
Yes.
So it's #judge's room, and there's going to be basically a little test you have to take to become a lawyer. And it's kind of a bitch.
Okay. I'll figure it out along the process.
Not to deter. Yeah, not to deter you. Like you seem like a very smart guy. You know, I just wanted to make sure like I was up front, so that way you don't get into that test and you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Well, I know. With all things I've noticed is that sometimes it's just there's always like little hiccups and obstacles along the way, but that's common.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, no matter what you want to do, like if you have any questions, like my phone number is 12. It's 1212.
Give me
Sorry, not like
give me
12,
one
12, it's just
second.
12. Sure. Yeah, take your time.
All right, let me see. You gotta bear with me here. I just bought this new phone. Gotta get used to it here real quick. Okay, so I'll get you here under new contact. And what was your name again?
It is Bell. Bell.
We're gonna do that, and then we're gonna do mechanic, right? Just to be safe. Okay, and then the number.
But I've been 12. 12.
All right. Got it. Got it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, at any time. Like I said, if you have any more questions or things like that, feel free to reach out. I'm always happy to help people. The only thing is, like I said, sorry, my brain's starting to go to sleep.
No, you're okay.
Yeah, if you need anything, just let me know. I've been in the city a hot minute, so I know a little bit of everything. I know how the police work. I know how other things work. I know how the good jobs work. Yeah, and if you're looking to chat up with anybody, I'm 100% sure that almost the entire city is at Pillbox right now.
Gotcha. No, that's actually good to know. And then, what about like clubs and parties and stuff? Like anything goes on like on the weekends or?
So we're trying to do better about it. Like I picked up the Yellow Jack to help with it. Actually, this Sunday, so the mechanic shop in the north hasn't had its formal grand opening. And I'm gonna put out more information soon. But we're gonna have a big party up north at the mechanic shop. There's gonna be people are gonna show off their cars. We're gonna race. There's gonna be cool prizes. There's gonna be a raffle you could win a car potentially. It's gonna be really cool stuff, and we're gonna do like free fixes and cleaning.
Okay.
So that's gonna be this Sunday, December 1st. But in regards to like parties and stuff like that, honestly, it's hard to find people who want to throw them. You know what I mean? Like everyone's been kind of wrapped up in, I'm gonna be honest with you, hood shit.
Yeah, no, I went to
parties
Grove
and
Street
pretty
and it was
recently.
crazy.
Yeah, people have been real wrapped up in hood shit. So I mean, honestly, if like running a club or like running events is something you're interested in, like the city will do everything it can to support you if you have any like creative ideas.
Right, right. Now you said you opened the Yellow Jacket, right? How's that? Well, you said you're about to do your grand opening.
So we're doing the grand opening for T&D Auto this weekend. I have been a little bit busy, a little bit frantic with some things. But yeah, we're gonna do a grand opening for the Yellow Jack soon too.
Okay. And then what about like I know you said you're hosting like this event for like prizes and rewards for everyone. What about like security? Like, what are you guys doing with that? With bodyguards or anything, or no?
How long have you been in the city?
I've been here about maybe a couple weeks.
Okay, cool. So, almost all of the mechanics currently are former Lost members.
Okay.
Before we got shut down by the FIB.
Gotcha.
So security is something we are very comfortable with handling on our own.
Ah, it sounds good. No, I was just wondering because I've seen some events go crazy without the right of protection and stuff. That's good to see that you have like experience like Leo's on there, so that's really good.
No, absolutely, and it's one of those things like if you decide to join the mechanic shop, sometimes people who need extra help and don't feel like the police can provide a certain amount of safety for their events or things like that, they come to us and we help them out. Honestly, all completely above board. Like it's literally like private security.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Well, I appreciate you definitely helping me out with those kits because these store owners here, I don't know why charging us so much tax money on them, but
yeah, I know, and especially if there's not a mechanic in the city, like it's expensive.
Is there like a particular kit that we need to do semi trucks? Because I've noticed that working as a trucker here for a couple weeks now, I noticed that the kits don't seem to fit the way they should on those type of vehicles. Is there anything I need to do or get them in a particular area?
I would have to literally honestly, like literally I'd have to go out and experiment a little bit with you with it.
Okay.
Because I've only repaired like 2 semi trucks, so I'm not sure. They're honestly just maybe like a certain angle, or it might just be that there's honestly something going on with it that the city needs to correct.
Gotcha.
So it's something I might have to see, and I'd rather a mechanic go out and see it and help you with it than you waste fix kits on it,
Yeah, trust me, I already did that. They broke on me as soon as I used them, and
Yeah.
it just didn't do the job.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. So mechanic, lawyer, and EMS, she said. Okay, I'll have to look into that and see what's going on. I'd like to help the city out and
Yeah.
give the good people out here help, where they need it most.
Yeah, you seem like you really got your shits together. So I'm excited to see whatever you want to do. Yeah, and my PayPal is 32 right now. So if you see that name in the city again and you want help figuring out or testing out that truck issue, just shoot me a text message and we can go test it out.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much for everything. I really appreciate the help.
Yeah, no problem. It was really nice to meet you, and I hope you have a nice day.
You too. Thank you so much, Belle.
Anytime. Bye, Mr. Gonzalez.
All right, guys. So there we go. We got two toolkits. So what I'm gonna do is Put this in my trunk here real quick because I don't want to carry these on me. So we're gonna put 1, 2. Can't bid it. Oh, how heavy is it? Hold on. 6, 7. I could probably get rid of these bottles. Put them over here, actually. Why can't I do it? Okay. Okay, so we got a mechanic here. They showed us like where people hang out the most, so let's go figure out what's going on here. So I did see that area a few times, and I've noticed that they do hang out there. All right, so what do we have here? We have 1 EMS on, 2 officers, and 1 mechanic. So that's actually really cool. All right, and I kind of feel bad because I know EMS needs help, guys. So now I need to figure out. Right, you guys are bad. So I'm trying to now. I think I know what's going on here. So let me go into my settings. How does this work? Was like, you went for a job interview? I know, right? Well, I have to, guys. So I have to apply for these jobs. I gotta say, so like on here we have our what was it? We have the we have this, right? And then we have like here we have some of the laws here. Like, see, here's like the penal codes, a crime against a person. So right now we have simple assault, assault with a weapon, assault with a police officer, aggravated assault, all that good stuff. And then we also have, oh yeah, job tutorials were on here, not the, see, right now I'm doing lumberjack, so that's this one. It tells you what you need to do, which is cool. Hold on, gotta figure this out. Why is it not working? I think it's this one. Let me. Okay, I don't know why it does that, but wow, it's right here. Ready to apply. Use reactions to continue. Doesn't work. Because you don't share a server. Are you serious? Gotta be this one, but why is it doing that? We don't share a server. What do you mean we don't share a server? Guys, okay, so what am I gonna do with you, bro? What am I gonna do with J13, guys? All right, give me a second. Hold on. That's crazy. Yeah, my bad, bro. I had to talk to Belle in the game real quick, and she had to sell me some toolkits, and we were talking about some of the things with the city while you were calling. My bad, bro. Did you get everything going?
Yeah, this has Xbox Game Pass Ultimate.
Yeah, do that $3 for $1 or $3 for $1. Does that make any sense? Do the 3 months for $1. Take that offer, bro. You want it. That's a Black Friday deal that they got going on. Take it, bro. Don't bypass that. That's like the best deal you're ever gonna get.
But it's really just 3 months for $1.
Yeah, yeah, because normally it's $15 a month. So it'll be $45.
Yeah, because it says includes Xbox Live Gold.
Yep, you get Gold, you get Xbox Pass for Xbox, and you get PC Pass. So you get all three. But like I said, for you, the PC version is useless, but you're still getting a deal no matter what, because $1, bro. Game Pass alone is $10 a month, and the Xbox Live Gold is $25 a month for 3 months. So you're getting the 3 months, all that for just $1. But make sure when you subscribe to that, you go into your subscription settings on your Xbox, unsubscribe. That way you don't get charged on the 3rd month, okay?
That's why I made you on here. That's why. Yeah. Listen. Oh. Listen. Hold on. I'm doing it right now. Hold on.
Wow. Oh my god, dude. Finally worked. Yay. Okay, so I gotta see in GTA, bro. I gotta apply for a job.
Hey, it says she put the card holder's name and then it went to new avatars are here. Do I just remind me later?
Yeah. All that's just because you're signing up for your Xbox. Right now, you just need to put the cardholder's name, address, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Once you do all
It
that...
didn't say none of that, though. It said free up space. You hear me?
Yeah.
It says free up space.
They say what? Free up space?
Yeah, hold on. We're going back into.
You might have to plug that other hard drive in, and it might be full.
All right, so go ultimate. No, go ultimate. Hold on, we're checking it right now.
Okay. All right, guys.
Ultimate, amen. Way better.
Yeah, we hooked up. What?
What the hell's going on? Go down to yeah. Oh yeah, you already got it. Oh. 9. Hold up.
Give me 1 second, bro. Hold on.
Continue. Okay. We'll do it. What's up? What's up? What's this? How are we gonna do right now? Hold up. Yeah. Yeah, it's
We
doing
pay
the
the town
address
next
right
week.
now. Hold on.
Payday!
Word!
It's all right there, boy. You know this. Just press 3 just in case. No, you put Cleveland, then you. Hold on. Click it. And press X. Just press X. Alright. Hey, you hear me? Yo. Yeah. He said that once you do it, go to our settings and go to unsubscribe now. I got that for you. That is funny right now. Yo, Tricks. Tricks. Here. Hold on. Don't do that. Don't do nothing. Don't do it. Tricks. Hey, Tricks. Yo, I need you, bro. Thanks for all these games for free.
Sorry about that, bro.
Yeah.
What's up,
hey,
Cuban?
Okay. Alright, I'm on there. I got it. Now, how do you go to... So, once we do this, since it's 3 months for free, how do you go to the settings to
Okay, yeah.
unsubscribe?
So hit the giant X button with the light on it.
In the middle? Okay.
Yep, and then go all the way to the right. Hit the settings cogwheel.
Setting call. Okay, I'm there.
Okay, and then go to where I think it's going to be your first or second tab where it shows like account. You want to go to subscriptions.
No, it says app and systems notifications, settings. Also click the settings.
Yeah, settings all the way to the right. Yep.
Alright, hold on. Just going into settings. Alright, so account.
Ooh, Zeus, thank you so much, bro. Zeus is everywhere, bro. He's on everything. Holy moly, thank you. So he sent me a turkey dinner.
Alright. Now, which one is it? Which one is it on
It
account?
should be on account. Just it's something that says like subscriptions or manage subscriptions or anything like that.
Oh, subscriptions? Okay.
Thank you. And then you should see that subscription you just did. You want to click
All right.
manage, and then
Hold on, because I gotta put my passkeys on.
okay.
Alright, now it's loading. I gotta put my passkey on. Alright, now, yes, it says reoccurring billing on 3/1/2020, next charge.
Yeah. So you want to disable reoccurring payment.
Alright, so click it and it says
you,
change
Zeus.
how you pay or view and manage subscription.
View and manage.
View and manage. Alright. Go to view and manage. Alright. It's got a big E on the center of the TV. Alright, I'm in Microsoft. So it just went to Microsoft. Service and subscriptions.
Yeah. So you're gonna want to just turn off reoccurring payment, so you should be fine.
So where is it at though? Because it sent me to Microsoft.
Yeah. So I sent you to the website. So just find the subscriptions, the same thing, and then you're gonna want to click like a little. There should be like a thing you can click on. You might have to hover the cursor over it.
Yeah, alright, there's manage this month's game. Alright, where do I go?
Time? Oh my
It
gosh.
just says service and subscription, Xbox Game Pass Ultimate.
Yeah, subscriptions.
we're at though. Go to manage.
Hold on, you're on the browser now, right? Give me a second.
Yeah.
Let me go on there.
Are you gonna do it on yours? Okay.
Oh, no, not on mine. I'm just going to navigate with you. So hold on. We're going to Xbox Live subscriptions or whatever. Yeah. Google will fix it for
Oh
you.
yeah, stop reoccurring billing.
Yep, that's what you want. Yep, don't cancel. Just stop reoccurring billing.
Don't
Got it.
cancel. Just stop reoccurring billing.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's it, and you're done. Now you won't be billed. Once that subscription runs out, it'll just turn off.
All right.
Pumpkin pie.
Okay. It says, how can you cancel your Microsoft subscription?
Mm-hmm.
But that's not it. You said, don't cancel. Just stop the. Yeah, you gotta go on this because I can't find it, Bubba. It says cancel. How to cancel your Microsoft subscription.
Yeah, you don't want to cancel. So when you click stop reoccurring, what happened?
It says stop reoccurring or cancel.
Yeah, stop reoccurring.
No, it's the whole thing. That's all it says. Stop
okay.
Cancel. I clicked on that, but it's taking me to how to cancel, not stop reoccurring.
That's weird. Okay, hold on. Let me sign in here. Because what it did is it took you to the website. Okay, so we'll go click my Microsoft accounts.
It says help with Microsoft account. Stop reoccurring or...
Yeah, see, payment and billing. Where the heck is it? Subscriptions. Okay, so you click that, right?
Yeah.
And then you found your thingy.
It took me service and subscription. And then it tells you your $44.99 every 3 months net charge. It's 3/1/2020.
Okay, and it won't let you stop the recurring payment?
This month's game, service, on device. It just, if you go all the way down, it says help with Microsoft account. It says stop recurring billing or cancel a subscription. And I clicked on that, but it takes me to cancel your Microsoft subscription.
See, I don't have an active. Well, let me look, because I do have an active Game Pass, but I didn't. Well, let me. But I'm not paying for it, so I don't think it works right now. So okay, service and subscriptions. Okay. So when you click that, it should show, like right now I see my Xbox Pass for console. My expire is 2/14/2020. So turn on recurring payment and then upgrade. Okay. So, but if I turn on. So when you're there, you hit stop reoccurring, right?
No, that's the thing though. It doesn't have no stop reoccurring. It just has how to. It says help with Microsoft account. Stop recurring billing or cancel a subscription. But when I click on that, it says it just goes to how to cancel your Microsoft subscription, which is don't make sense.
That is weird. Yeah, you don't want to click cancel. So when you hit click on turn off recurring billing, it tells you to cancel.
It says no. It's just the help with Microsoft account. Like it tells you how to do it.
Oh, like a help box pops up.
Yeah, but it just says it just go to cancel. It doesn't.
Hold on. Are you on the bottom where it says help with Microsoft account?
Yeah.
You don't want to be there. Up top, scroll up. You should see where it says payment settings.
Let me go back to it. My bad.
Oh, you're okay. Yeah, see, I had to go on it just to kind of get a better visual here.
Yeah, because I went with the help one.
Yeah, you're in the help section. That's like, yeah. So scroll up and then you should see like your subscription and it'll say payment settings.
All right. Payment. Okay, it says your info, privacy, security, reward.
Yeah, you're going to want to click service and subscriptions all the way on the top.
Wait, hold on. There is none.
Yeah, I don't know what you see on the Xbox. It might be a little different, but
On the Xbox, it says on the page itself, it says service and subscriptions. I went on there.
okay.
And then it says Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. And it tells you your $44.99 every 3 months or whatever. And then it says manage this month's game, free games. And then on the top is what it says is your account. It says your info, privacy, security, rewards, payment and billings, and then more.
Okay, so what you want to do is right where it shows, right below where it shows it, like your Game Pass, do you see the manage button?
Yeah, the manage button.
Okay, click that.
Okay.
So when you click that, you should see the same thing again, right?
Okay. Yeah, it says Xbox Game Pass Ultimate cancel, and then it has recurring billing. It says change on it.
Okay, go ahead and hit change.
Go change,
What pops up?
and then turn off recurring billing.
Yep.
Okay.
That's it. You should be good now.
Alright.
Make sure it goes through.
You'll lose access to your you will lose access to your Xbox Game Pass subscription on March 1st, 2020. We don't charge again. Don't cancel or confirm cancellation.
Oh, I'm sorry, what is it?
It says, are you sure? It says you'll lose access to your Xbox Game Pass Ultimate subscription on March 1st, 2020.
Yeah, you're fine. It's just letting you know that after that date, you won't have Game Pass no more. So yeah, keep going.
Also after that day. Okay, so can't confirm cancellation.
For cancellation. So that means you'll have it up until that date.
Yeah, it says turning off.
It is a hassle, but you have to do this every time you subscribe to something, bro, because if you don't, you'll get charged.
Alright, it says your Xbox Game Pass Ultimate subscription will not be charged again. You'll lose access on March 1st, 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so just exit out of there. It says back to subscriptions. You hear me?
Yeah.
Go back to subscriptions.
You're pretty much done, but just go check it. Make sure it says that it's off.
Okay. Yeah, because it says recurring billing off. Expires on 2/29/2020. You hear me?
Yeah.
It says I have my Xbox Game Pass, and it says recurring billing is off. It expires February
so you're
29th.
done.
All right, so just exit out.
Let's exit out. Now you're done. I just wanted to make sure you didn't have that on. So now you have Game Pass, you got Live, you have all that good shenanigans, so you're good to go. Now remember, for the next 3 months, you get 3 free games with Xbox Game Pass. Make sure you don't have to download them, but click them, hit install, and then click cancel, so that way it's in your library.
Oh, so I can keep them permanently?
They're yours forever as long as you have gold. Yes.
Dude, you gotta show me how to do that then.
Oh, you just when you go to your game list, you'll see it'll say Game Pass. You click that, or not Game Pass, Gold Games. Click that, and it'll show you which 3 are free.
Alright. Alright, says my games and apps are ready, dude. 38 games and 21 apps. Go in there.
Yep. Yeah, be careful because the Game Pass games means those games are yours for the next 3 months, and then once your pass expires, you won't have access to them. And the games you own will be in a different thing. Thank you, Jay.
It says it's got 100 plus games on the Game Pass. Gold is 49, and membership is 3 of them.
Gold is 49. Yeah, so whoever had that account or whatever accounts on your Xbox, they have 49 games linked to their gold, so you're fine.
All right, so where do I go to download the games on the Game Pass Plus?
Yeah, Game Pass is the games you're subscribing to. That means the program you just signed up for, those are all the games that's included with Game Pass. The games you own will be under games, and then your apps will be under apps. Gold games mean those were the free games that Gold gave you each month.
So which one do I go to?
That's a quiet boy. How are you, bro?
Download. Which one do I go to download games on my on the thing then?
Any of them, just whatever games you needed or you need to get.
So just go to games.
Yep.
I don't even know what was. It doesn't even show nothing though. Yeah, the games that I'm looking at are the ones that are already in the system. Oh, ready to install. Okay, those 105 games. Okay.
Going pretty good.
So, alright, so I'm looking at all the, it's got Black Ops 2 3 on here, Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. Is that the new one they
Yeah, just be careful you check your space out, bro, because remember, space goes quick. I don't know how much space you have.
It says all storage. Okay, it says 1.7 TB free.
Yeah, so you have 1 terabyte and 700 gigabytes left. Yep. So you got a pretty big drive, so you're good. So the games that are installed already will be under games. Those are the ones you're ready to play. They're good to go. Now, the ones that are, say, ready to install, those are the ones you don't have installed. You can install them. Now,
And I can
remember,
save 'em?
those games on that hard drive, whatever, is that account still there?
Yeah.
Okay, as long you make sure you log into that account with yours on too, because if not, you can't play it.
Alright, so that Infinite Warfare, ain't that a new Modern Warfare?
No, bro, that's old, bro. Holy
Is
mackerel.
it? Oh.
That's
Alright,
when they
so-
started first jumping in the air, I think.
Alright, so these games on here I can install into the
Yeah, if it's under ready to install, then those games can be installed whenever you want.
and do I actually keep them in my library?
Yeah, they're not your games. They're whoever's that is. But since it's on your Xbox, yeah, you can play them all the time.
So even when my Gold Pass is out, I can still play them?
Yeah, the ones on your games, yeah, and ready to install, those are yours. The Game Pass games are the ones you only have for 3 months. So when you're done playing them, make sure you uninstall them because it'll just be taking up space.
But Game Pass, it doesn't really...
Yeah, well, Game Pass, you got to click Game Pass, and it's going to take you to a browser page, or not browser page, to a Game Pass section. It's going to show you all the games that Game Pass has.
Yeah, but it's not showing me nothing. It's just showing me the games I already had. It says look for more, browse the store.
Yeah, that's what you would need to do. Ooh,
Oh,
thank you,
that's where I
Zeus.
gotta
4 terabytes is really good, guys. Yeah, it's hard to mute myself on here because I'm like talking to you, but then I got like the stream on. It's like I'm trying to. I don't want to
Yeah,
like
they
be.
got-
Huh?
But, Xbox Game Specials? No, these are the ones you gotta pay for, though.
The Game Pass? Well, they'll show a
Yeah.
price, but it should
No,
say
the-
included with Game Pass.
No, the store. Like if I click on the store, it just shows. Yeah.
No, yeah,
Yeah,
the
I
store
don't-
tab means that's where you buy games. You don't want to click that.
So okay, so then I clicked the wrong thing. Then.
Yeah, you need to go for Game Pass. You go to Game Pass. For your games, you need to go to My Games and Apps. All the games on there are yours.
Xbox Game Pass. Discover your next favorite game.
Yep,
Okay.
those are all the games you can look at. If you want them, play them. They're yours and for the next 3 months.
So these are the ones that they're mine for the next 3 months then.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So these are okay. So the ones already installed are the ones that I could keep on my Xbox itself. Oh, okay. So I just click on them and install it, and that's it.
Thank you, Zeus. Yeah, you just install them, bro, and you're good to go.
Not these. Okay.
Tell him another streamer wants to gift you something big, but he needs what?
These are the ones that we can get for free because we got the Game Pass. These are for free that we can install to the Xbox. No charge. Even after my Game Pass is finished, these will be permanently ours. Everything on here. You can pick any of it. Now this right here is the ones that I can only play for free for 3 months. Which is any of this stuff right here. Any of, like, there's a whole bunch of them. Any of this I can play for free for
Thank you,
3
Zeus. I really appreciate it, bro.
Movies.
Big time, man. Thank you so
months. We
much.
can even watch movies. But
You did, Quiet Boy.
I'd rather
You really did, bro. Whoa! Quiet Boy, you were my number 1 Sparks gifter. I don't know who it is now. I don't see it in. It doesn't show me in the chat box.
And even after Game Pass is over with.
Boy, he's like, yeah. Advanced Warfare, pfft, bro. Hold on, guys. I'm doing this whitelist application here real quick. I see. Have you ever been accused of dishonesty at work or lied to a supervisor about a job-related matter?
Alright, so that's pretty much it then. I'm about to see if they have on the Game Pass the new Call of Duty, so I can at least play it with you for a while. You heard?
Shoot. Yeah, you're good, bro. You said what now?
I said I'm gonna try to see if they got the new Call of Duty in on the Game Pass. So I
No,
can,
it's not on there.
It's not on there.
I doubt it. Yeah, I
They got
really
a whole
doubt
bunch
it.
of nice ass games. to
No, they got good
download
games.
for
There you got some that zombie game I played, State of Decay. I played that. You're more than welcome to install that. World War Z is pretty cool. Believe it or not, I'm going to play Outer Worlds. I want to try that out, bro. There's so many games I just haven't really been on my Xbox, but I play most of my Xbox games on my phone.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I might have installed some of these games and stuff real quick. All right, so that's pretty much it then. Resident Evil.
Yeah. Have you ever had your driver's license revoked, suspended, or placed on probationary status in America or abroad?
Yeah, that one. That's the one we got. Yeah.
Have you ever failed to remain at the scene of an accident?
All right, well, I'm about to go through this stuff. All right, Papa, man. Thank you, man.
Yeah, no problem, bro. Go, yeah, just play with it. See what games you want, bro. Like I said, the Game Pass is yours for 3 months, and then the games that's on the hard drive or that other account owns, you'll see them. They'll pop up. Remember, you got ready to install, and then you have ones that are already installed.
Yeah, I'm about to install something right now. I'm about to go through it real quick and install some stuff.
Jesus. Yeah, no problem, bro. Yeah, go ahead and do that, bro. And then,
What was these?
you know,
Yeah.
yeah, like Xbox. And you can even do you do see it these too, bro. You can practice on it, bro. That way, when we play, you'll be ready. You know what I'm saying? I know you need some practice on it. See it these, State of Decay 2. I don't know some of the new games they have, but
Okay.
yeah, install those overnight while you're sleeping, bro. When you wake up, they'll be done.
Install that vampire one as well.
Oh, the Vampire is a pretty good game, bro. You'll like it.
Yeah.
Juice is on
I
top.
remember you telling me about it.
Uh-oh, quiet boy.
I'm about to go
It's
through
me,
it
not
right now.
anymore. No, Zeus. Thank you so much for that. I hated it too, boring. All right, bro. I'm gonna finish up this whitelist application. I'm signing up for a job here on Grand Theft Auto.
All right then.
All right, man.
Thank you, I appreciate you helping me, man.
Yeah, no problem, man. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
All right, bro.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
See you, please.
All right, guys. So right here in the application, we have you ever engaged in obstructing, evading, resisting, or interfering with any peace officer engaged in an investigation, making an arrest or detention of any person, including yourself? Oh, all these answers are never. Like, I feel bad answering these so generic. Are you sure you want to submit your application? That's it? I guess. Application successful? I should probably do a mechanic job too. See whatever ones comes first, right? Or maybe you can only apply for one at a time. Looks like you've already applied for the business. Oh, so I gotta wait. Oh, so it knows. Okay. We'll wait and see what happens. Okay, guys. Well, let's, that just happened. 314,000. Wow. That is crazy. I didn't know we could only sign up for one job. Shoot, I feel bad now. I should have done probably mechanic first, and then LSPD, and then probably EMS. But I want to do something you guys will like. So what do you guys want as a stream? Do you guys want to see me play as a medic? Do you want to see me play as a cop? You want me to be a mechanic? That one is really cool. I like that one, Zeus. That one was pretty sweet, bro. Just showing some love to my little cousin. I appreciate it, bro. Big time, man. You have no idea. I really appreciate it big time. I kind of feel bad. I feel like I should have did EMS though, guys. I didn't know I could only do one application. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Oh, put the fire out. I'm lagging. You're making my stream lag with those. Get our car out of here. I like that they fixed my car. It's nice of them, bro. Yeah, so this is the only thing I don't like about this though, guys, is this gate. Any way we can, like, it scratches our car. No, it goes away actually. Alright, I'm gonna do me a favor. Can somebody do me a favor? Get ready to clip this. Who wants to clip for me, guys? Because I wanna try the my clip command doesn't work anymore, does it? Hold on. Provide a valid client ID or OTP. Dude, I had pumpkin pie today. Wait, what? Already? Your job application has been accepted. Please let the head of the department know you have been accepted. You can find this information in-game info page on Discord. You can find this information in-game info. This is the child developer. Where's the other one? Chief Sockers? Where's Chief Sockers? Cause I know they need police at this. Oh no, actually they don't. They got 3 already. Chief Sockers. Why does this show me playing Star Citizen? What's wrong with my computer? My computer's gone mad. You have, Zeus. You really have, bro. No, you know why? Because I don't use the points. So when you don't use the points for Stream Elements, it doesn't calculate that. So you're gonna want to do... Use your rank. Your rank will show you. But it doesn't really show you how long... Well, yeah, it does kind of show you how long you've been here, I guess. Or... It's one of these. Honestly, I couldn't even tell you. It's one of them. Okay, so the rank shows you what you need to rank up and your hours. Okay, so right now you've been watching for 11 hours. There we go. See, it works. Yeah, I do it with tricks. I don't use Stream Elements. Okay, so please contact myself or cheat review. So how would I do this? So I have to do this in game, right?
The knitting circle was at my house this week too. I know. Usually we're knitting when that happens. We tend to use razor blades for the sacrifice. I probably don't need a tetanus shot, but I'm gonna go to the hospital just in case. I'll let you know how it goes. Bye.
Oh my gosh, so much turkey. That's that lean meat, bro. That's that lean meat. See, I don't like this gate right here. This gate's annoying. I'm gonna see if they can remap it maybe. Right? Like maybe map the gate out of here, guys. That would be really good. Okay, whitelisted jobs, refund, population. I don't know how that will work, guys. I really don't. Alright, boy. How I clip it? Use what's best for you in game. True. Thank you, quiet boy. Just because I liked it. Oh my god. Zeus, where are you getting this stuff? Do you have like your own bank of all this? Is that what you have? Guys, what do I need to do here? Okay, so I need to see, I don't even know who's in game right now. I want to know. Saving it for over a year. Ah, there you go. You know, you get more too just by give me a second here, guys. Actually, I could just record this, right? I could just record it. And I don't know if it lets you upload. Hold on, bug reports. Does it let me upload files? Yeah, it does. Cool. All right, I'm gonna make a quick recording here, guys. And it won't let me record. Of course it won't. Oh, this one. Of course it won't. Settings, blah, blah, blah. Out. Recording. I can't adjust this? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Shoot, I'm never gonna be able to record with this the way I got it set up, guys. Not good. Okay. Well, case. Let me get this open here real quick. Let's go ahead and put this over here. We're gonna put that right there. Then we're gonna put that right there. Then we get everything ready. Everything like that. Everything seems to be looking good. I'm not gonna get something like Jesus looking so. Look, I'm gonna put the channel point. Everything looking really good, bro. Looking really good, man. All right, so we got this. We got this. Yay. Okay, cool. Where'd it go? How do I? That won't work. Let me log in on my. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Over here, then we get over there, then we get right here. Then this is the code. Search it, but that's okay. We'll find it. There we go. Very nice. There we go. Click in. Yeah, buddy. Now it lets me do it. Okay.
Hey guys, can we get some trade going? Well, maybe you should share it. We're a team. I just sent him out.
Oh, that's... Whoa. Did they take out clips? Guys, how do you clip? How do you clip? Oh, now. No, that's. Oh, there we go. Oh, now. Alt X. 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 Oh, there we go. Alright, we're gonna mute that there real quick, guys, just to kind of see what's going on here. Alright, so first of all, so we're here, right? And we want to take our car out of the garage. So when we take it out of the garage, we have this area here. There's a little bench. It's just kind of sitting in the way, right? And all it does is scratches our car every single time. That's going to be located right here. Part of the map. Let's see what happens there, guys. So I'm going to click that and see. Whenever it decides to load. How do I play it? Mute that there real quick, guys, just to kind of see what's going on here. All right, so first of all, so we're here, right? And we want to take our car out of the garage. So when we take it out of the garage, we have this area here. There's a little bench. It's just kind of sitting in the way, right? And all it does is scratches our car every single time. That's going to be located right here. Part of the map. Oh, there we go. $544,000. Holy macaroni. Okay, so hopefully we can get this car garage fence needs removed. So hopefully we'll see what's going on with that, guys.
engine to save gas, but then I had trouble restarting it.
We'll do this real quick.
Anyway, what else?
Okay, so I made that little clip. I posted it in the bug section, so hopefully let's just wait and see what happens, guys. All right, maybe we'll start making some more money here now, guys. We'll have a whitelisted job, which is really nice, right? Why am I playing Lego Worlds? See, I see Star Citizen. You guys see Lego Worlds. How was my Thanksgiving? It was good, Ram. Thank you for asking, bro. How you been, man? You seen my last message on the turkey one? I don't use that streaming app anymore, but somehow jumped on and saw you was like, oh, I gotcha. Okay. And I did see your message over there, Zeus. Yes, I did, bro. That is insane. That's a lot. Holy macaroni. Oh my God, Zeus, killing it. Oh, I love mermaids. Mermaids are awesome. Well, when's am I going to get my turn signal here? And of course I missed it. I want to tint my front windows though. Why didn't I tint it? Did I miss it again, guys? I probably did. I know I did for a fact. Zeus, you're amazing, bro. I really appreciate those big time. I really do, man. Oh my dear jeez. That's my license plate in game, guys. Right? Don't you love how they're all different? That's one thing I've noticed the most.
Hello. How are you?
Jay. Maybe we remove the 11 and just put the 6, guys, so we can get our license plate number. Yo, that'd be nice, right? I can like custom plate, like, yo, that'd be awesome, bro. That would be awesome. So we can have like, I can put tricks on my license plate rather than. I'm gonna submit. Wait, is that even a thing? Like, can you? Did Grand Theft Auto 5 ever let you do custom plating? I know you can change the plate colors. I don't know if you can change the name on the plate though. Remember San Andreas we did. I used to put tricks on my plate. It was pretty cool. Really? You could? Makes me wonder. There's a body shop right there. I'll repeat something here. Let me go here real quick because people are probably hanging on anyway, right? Actually, you know what I'm gonna do too? Mechanics should be doing the upgrades on cars, not paint spray. That would be nice. Suggestions? Where's that? I lost it. Oh, here we go. Got this form. Okay, so we're gonna fill this out. What's my Discord name? Here, pick for you. Hashtag number. And what is your suggestion? So, I think it to where mechanics are in charge of vehicle 6 would be a nice addition. Server as well. Action. That'd be nice, because I remember Jay, on Rage, when I play Rage, you actually have to go find a mechanic, because all the paint sprays you don't go into, only the mechanics can. So the mechanics are in charge of giving you an invoice, and you have to choose. They give you like this interface of like kind of like paint spray stuff, like your windows, your colored rims, all that, and you have to have a mechanic do it. You shouldn't have to just automatically go to like one of the local paint spray shops. I just feel like, I don't know, it'd be kind of cool, right? Or maybe is this just being too serious? I posted a lot of suggestions. I hope they don't hate me. I know I posted way too much. Mine says Rick Effects. There you go. That's a way to do it, bro. Remember that name, bro? WIS 69. I'm gonna go check it out. Hold on, let me get out. Some gas in this vehicle. We're putting in the gas. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. We're gonna lock the vehicle up, guys. Make it safe. When you lock the vehicle, it looks like your lights stay on. I noticed that. Bum dum dum bum 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 dum dum bum. I could just go straight. Why does it want me to go that way? It does, Zeus? That's weird. Oh, you're talking about your plates. Oh, the NPC. Oh, gosh. All right, well, I'll check a paint spray, and we'll go ahead and check it and see what's going on with that. That'd be kind of cool. I want mine to say tricks on it, guys. Not this WIS 119. Unless there's a way we can change it. Maybe there's a way, and I just gotta... I don't know it yet, right? There's gotta be a way. See, here we got a stop sign, but these guys got lights. Their light is green. I think I have to wait until... I don't understand this. Is this normal? Where one intersection gets a stop sign and the other two lanes get street light? I guess now I go, because...
What the fuck they know about that?
Broke the sign and I scratched my car. The hell, my door's unlocked? Why is it unlocked? Locked vehicle. Screenshot of this. Blocking the lights on. Okay. Alright, I don't think this is a player, guys. I think this is an NPC, so we'll find out. This is the mechanic shop. This is where the mechanics hang out at. Definitely an NPC. There we go. Let's have a smoke break here, guys. Check your, sent you. Yeah, give me 1 second. Wow, Zeus, look at that, bro. Holy moly, you ain't playing around. Wow, look at that. Now that is mad support, bro. How can I do this to show you guys? This has look at that, guys. That is crazy. Crazy. Hey, what? That's insane. Thank you, Zeus. I appreciate it, bro. It's just some spare change, right? Okay, quiet boy. Thank you, bro. Do you actually have to do the speed limit? Yeah, I can get pulled over. If not, you know what I'm saying? But, I mean, you don't have to. Like right now, there's 2 cops online. You see the little blue icon up there, guys? The little police icons? Meaning, if I go speeding, they can pull me over. Okay? It means they can pull me over, they can give me tickets, they can do all that good shenanigans on me, so I gotta be careful. Oh, the car's not on. What the heck? I know this is illegal, but it's all good. Oh gosh! What the hell are you doing? This lady can't drive, man. We both ate the light. We both ate it like a son of a gun.
Man, it's been a long time, cuz. No.
Jeez, what's the NPCs driving all crazy?
What's your fucking beat?
We're gonna be making this turn here real quick, guys. Right, absolutely, guys. I appreciate it big time. Thank you so much. Oh, we can turn. All right. So anyway, there's no EMS on, right? So this is something I want to check out real quick. I gotta get a new ride, guys. We're gonna have to get some new set of wheels soon. No, we're not supposed to park here because this is a no parking zone. So I don't know where would I. I don't know. Let's be safe about it, guys. supposed to do this, but parking lot will be down there. But you can't enter from down the bottom though. That's what sucks. Chick's just cheap. Yeah, I'm very cheap, guys. In video games, I am cheap. You got $9 to buy one, right? I got $144, man. Got a little bit more money on me now. Speed it up a little bit, guys, but we gotta be careful here. Now, what is this place? This place actually looks like the so the door is locked. So I'm gonna go inside. I want to see what this building is. Kind of look around and see what this is all about. What is this? Sure, I don't have that much. Okay, this is the court. This is where the court is, guys. Back door? All right. Look, you got the hammer just sitting right there, guys. It's a pretty nice room. A really nice room, guys. Hey. Ooh, look at me breaking my fingers. Yeah, yeah. Off swing. Oh, what the? Doing now? Oh yeah, yeah. Making money on the original GTA Online is much easier, guys. Weird. Okay, let's see what's back here. Anything good? This looks like the judge's room. Pretty impressive. Statues here. All right, let's get out of here. Putting a map and name there. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, sit there. I know, right, Thomas? Right? That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm pretty much trespassing right now, right? The coat hanger at. Good day, sir. Wait, what version of Windows are they running here? What do you guys think? I don't know, guys. I think what we need to do though here is some time. Oh my gosh! These are all different colors, man. What am I supposed to do with this? Ba-dum, bum. Bum, bum. These are all different colors, guys. This ain't gonna work, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Put that there, actually. This? Shoot, I screwed up. No! Hey, I got something. Shoot. And of course that didn't go in all the way. Why would it, right? It's too easy. Terrible at these. Yeah, dude, I saw that, bro. I saw it say LM something. I think it's because you had killer in your name. I don't think they allow it anymore. They removed it for you, bro. That's messed up, dude. And you had it for how long? And they now want to start doing stuff like that? Like that? Ooh, man. Oh, gosh. Alright, you know what? Screw this. Screw this, Tetris. I'm done. Get the heck out of here. Yeah, Zeus, I'm about to get huge. My clothes ain't gonna fit me no more, bro. And with the pizza, I'm hungry. Thank you, Cuban. Dante, what's up, bro? Get the heck out of here. Back in here. Okay. I was like, what the heck? Yeah, bro, I saw it one time. Like, man, you didn't notice it? I'm thinking like, well, maybe he changed it, but I'm thinking like, why would he choose that name? You set them some stars. There you go. That's the way to do it, Zeus. That's the way to do it, bro. You know what we're gonna do? Maybe we can check out a paint spray, guys. See what's going on. I want to see if we can change our plates, right? Should we see if we can change our plates? That'd be good. Let's see what's up with that.
Sorry, I'm way stressed out.
You said what?
What a fucking asshole.
Wow, there's a lot of profanity in this game. You notice that? Let me turn my blinker off. Put it back on. Did you change your name, Trix? No. Why would I do that? Why would I do such a thing? That's not a good thing to do, you know. These little toy cars. This reminds me of what's the name of that character on the on Twisted Metal? Micro Mini or something like that, right? What was it? I forgot the name. The little leprechaun guy in Twisted Metal 3? I think it was 3. Pretty sure it was 3. Asking. Really, Thomas? You're VIP now. What do they give you guys now for? Anything good, exciting, or no? Hopefully something decent. I feel like the applications were quite easy on the server, to be honest. They're quite lenient. It wasn't like rocket science or anything, so that was kind of cool. Level 8? Ooh. Applause. Thomas, no! What did you do to your account, bro? What did you do? I'm gonna run out of gas sitting here at this long light. Jeez. There we go. It's about to change now, guys. I think I'm burning up. First I was cold, now I'm hot. I can't make up my mind.
Yeah, hello?
This guy hates me. The garage there? Or is that for the... That's gotta be for the police. I didn't do none. Right? Alright, let me take a look here real quick. Paint spray is gonna be right over there. Next thing they're gonna... Oh no. Right, Jim? Right? Explanation mark, nothing happens, right? True. Very true, guys. Alright, most of you guys know, you guys are very well familiar with what this is down here, so let's take a look here. Okay, so we got cosmetics and upgrades. License plate, you can only change the color, guys. You can't change anything else. Take this off for now. But we can't change names on the plates. How do we change our name on the plates? I don't know how we do this, guys. Thank you, Zeus. You sent me a bunch of tacos, pizzas, and helmets, and pizza, and some hypes and pizza. Holy macaroni. Seriously? Wow! Thomas, what are you gonna do now, bro? Did somebody hack your account? Or didn't let me change it? Did you get like a message or an email? Check your email, bro. See if you got an email or see if they message you like a global message on your account, dude. That's weird, bro. Almost 600K gifted. I hope you have a great rest of your stream. Yo, Zeus, get some rest, man. Get some rest. I appreciate your help, dude. I really do. Thank you so much for everything. I thank you so much for it, bro. You're awesome. Totally fabulous. Interesting. Good night. Seriously? Sorry about that, guys. The chat bugged out on me. Amazon's best Black Friday deals just launched. Shop now before they sell out. Hey, Black Friday, guys. Everybody ready for Black Friday? Wait, what? Oh, no, 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 no. that's really messed up, Thomas. You know, that's really messed up, man. So that worked? Did that work for you though? Okay. Let me do this real quick, guys. I will be right back. Hold on one moment, okay? Give me just a moment, guys. Hold on. Be right back. couldn't find anything to eat, bro. Give up. Figure it out, dude. We decide. I said, you know what? I'm just not in the mood. It's kind of late, so I'll eat next time. We'll eat next time. Okay, so let's oh man, let's see what we got here. Okay, let's head over to the gas station real quick because we're on 71 fuel right now. Okay. Alright, so what else was it? I forgot what we were doing. Okay, we're not lagging, right? Things are running pretty good. You're gonna get fat. I know, bro. I know. So, Thomas, what happened to your name, bro? Tell me what happened, bro. Talk to me. Hopefully we can figure out what the heck it was, right? So, man. Really hope so. Fire extinguisher? Can I do anything with that? Yo. Oh, the ammunition store is right there. I didn't know that. No lag. Cool. Very cool. Awesome. Totally, man. Alright, well, let's see what else we got here, guys. And there's a lot of traffic. What do I want to do here? Parking's been okay. We actually been sucking up some money. So looking at houses, let's see what... I think my game just crashed. Save this to mine. Still. Holy moly. My game just super crashed, guys. It said tricks you're not playing right now. Now, there's one thing I need to do with this overlays. Actually, I need to, I gotta put my name by the other, like, social links there, guys. I don't even have, like, the name of my social links. Does that make any sense? Alright, so here's your song, Thomas. You ready for it, bro? This is your jam, bro. PC acting up. No, I think this is more client-sided. I don't think it's me. I think it's more... Your jam, bro. Hey, why'd you cut it out? Keep it rolling. I was enjoying that. What in the shenanigans? Alright, we're loading back in, guys. We are loading back into the game. Boo! Yo, who do I talk to about my suggestions, though? Like, I made a lot of suggestions on this server, man. I would like to know the update on that. Oh, dear gosh, I'm in my car. Alright. It's locked. It's weird. We will never settle down. Yo, I need to eat and drink some few things here, guys. My guy is hungry and thirsty. I don't know what's going on. Hungry and thirsty. Jay, we got to talk about what game we're going to be playing next, bro. If my phone is still on tomorrow, do you want to do some Xbox? What is going on here? This dude. Oh, snap. Today's Friday, right? Dude, time flies. Oh gosh, time flies, yo. My scratch is gone. Some of the damage has actually disappeared. Look at this lot. Why is there a stop sign and a light? I don't get that. It's a weird one. I don't even need a car wash, which is nice, guys. Very good indeed. Okay, we need to make some money. Let's go back to work, man. It's locked up. It is locked up. It's locked up. Oh yeah, you know you. What do you know? You just been sleeping. I feel you though, bro. I feel you, Thomas. I hope you get your name back. Elon, what's going on? What's with the M's? Is that you, bro? See, they disappear after a while anyway, so this is not roleplay behavior, guys. You don't really do this, okay? Put these toes in the back. Okay. Believe it or not, I already destroyed my car, so let me go back. Don't drive like that. Oh, you put it back? Okay. That's good, bro. That's good. You never had a message or anything saying what happened or why or what? That's so weird, dude. That's so weird, man. You know what I'm saying? So weird, man. That's wild, bro. I hate that thing in my truck. It's so annoying. Can get rid of it. This time, we're going again. To the left. Right. 3 ops this time. Take the highway. We're taking Route 2. You're gonna get fired, 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 fired. Right. Feels like it. Oh gosh, almost got into a car crash. Almost got into a car crash just now, guys. Not good. Well, Thomas, good news is I did apply for a whitelisted job in the service, so we got accepted. We'll have to probably do our interview, ask a few questions back and forth, and see if we qualify, man. Do it. Go for it, right? Oh, look at these drivers are crazy, man. That's good, right? Yeah, it's gonna be cool, man. We'll be doing something different here soon. Most people don't like really doing these jobs all like that. I'm just doing it because I need the money, you feel me? Even cops don't make that much money, to be honest. I mean, they get to do more with doing nothing, I guess, right? So I guess they're pretty occupied, I guess. How was your Thanksgiving? Was it good for you guys? I hope it went great for you guys. It was good? That's good, bro. It's good that it went good, you know? A store down there too. That's cool. Another one right here. There's so many stores in this area. Did I eat? Not right now. No, I couldn't have eaten. Absolutely not. But we are going to be okay. Say what? Right, dude. Gonna eat, bro. So let's see. I'm driving like a nutcase. Oh my gosh, I'm driving like a maniac. Wonderwall. Oh gosh. Alright, we're about 1.5 miles out. We're almost there, guys. Look at all that construction. I don't remember that being there. They must have, I think they added those. For like self-storage piece. Say what? Here to share today, huh? Oh yeah. We're almost there. That's a little hiking trail right there. We need to go hunting, guys. It'd be nice to go hunting, right? Should we try hunting soon? I think we need a hunting license, though. I want Dairy Queen right now. Dairy Queen sounds good. It sounds absolutely fabulous. Hey, it'll be beeping at me. It'll be yelling at me. People are mean. They put the TGS in there. Okay, so they let you do that though? Yeah, I don't know why they did that, bro. That don't make no sense. Oh no, I crashed. Not good. Oh, I hope it stays okay. I just can't crash too much. still running. They let you do that, yeah. Did somebody report your name or something? Like, but they would have contacted you or sent you something either on your account or on your thingy, you know? Make no sense, bro. By self-protection. If something happens out here, guys. You never know what's gonna happen out here nowadays. We have to stay safe. Safe. Hey! Let's see what else. Wow, Jay, you playing a Need for Speed Heat. Very nice, bro. Oh, we can't carry any more wood, guys, so we need to go back. Let's go back. Let's do this. And this is what we need to do. Yeah, let's go back. Maybe now. Yeah, well, you know. Deliver this up. Alright, cool. How about me, bro? What the heck is wrong with me? Freaky shenanigans, man. That was so weird. But it's good that I let you do it, bro. Ah. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Almost got it all. To get some retro gaming in soon, guys. Just say I'm playing Lego Worlds. Oh my gosh. Say what? That's hilarious, bro. I wasn't even cutting the wood. Yeah, well no, Discord shows me playing Lego Worlds because I forgot the other Xbox is on. My son was playing on it. create more wood, guys. Let's go back. I think this will be our last trucking job for tonight, maybe. We're working pretty hard here, guys. We'll be bringing you guys some action here pretty soon. Let's just hope and cross our fingers that we pass the interview, because once we pass that interview, it might be later today. I don't know. Hopefully, whenever they accept me in. My daylight should have character. Yeah, I think I saw that, bro. I do have it for Xbox. I do need to get more into Xbox gaming for you guys. You know, I've been slacking like really hardcore. Oh man. Bum bum bum. Yo, we got a lot of THC members up in here. Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. You guys are awesome squad. What are we waiting for? Okay, so first we're gonna go to emotes. We're gonna pick an emote, and I think we're gonna do clipboard. This is my favorite J right here. Favorite, bro. What's with his eyes? Not gonna ask. Okay. Didn't even know, This is so funny. Oh my god, I'm so on such weird stuff. Yo, close the car. Let's put our stuff, let's put it away. 100. Wow. Getting our work done here, guys. The cartoon's still tuning. I don't know. What is he doing? He's running somewhere. I don't know where he's going. He's going somewhere, guys. Where's he trying to go to? I have no idea. Right. What we gonna do? Still running. Are you serious? I'm not collecting? No. Make sure we're gathering the wood we need here, guys. Keep Friday nights. Here we go. I have another driver to do. Oh gosh, I gotta update my graphics card. No! I ain't gonna have a choice, guys. I have to. You know what I need to do is I need to clear some space on my hard drive. For real? We really need to clear some space. there, no problem. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Why do I keep singing? Why do I keep on sinking tricks and I don't even know? I need to stop singing right now. Cutting the wood. Gonna do with all this wood and in the mall woody. But you be downloading tricks. I don't know. Honestly, dude, a lot of it's like games and like backup files and stuff. But really, I need to get rid of it, bro. Just my space. Somehow I need to make room on here. There's like 5 games right here I can delete right now. If I delete this, how much space would this give me? Holy mackerel, look at that, over 50 gigs. 55 gigs if I delete all 5 of these games. But I need to beat these games first. I don't know, man. A couple more and then we are done. Good, I think we're done. Yes, sir. Let's move on. You never beat it yet? Which one? I really want to play Deadly Premonition. That's the game I really want to play. Once I beat that, we are in good hands. We are in perfect hands, guys. I really want to play it. I've been wanting to play that game. I got a few more days left on Star Citizen. Star Citizen took up a lot of space too. That's like 30-40 gigs. So I can get rid of that once the free play days are done, you know? I don't know, guys. Yeah, I'm making them be weird. Oh my gosh. Hey, what do you mean no nearby vehicles? It's right there, dude. Oh no! Let's go. Yeah, guys, we're doing a lot with our character though right now, for sure. Like I said, guys, I know we haven't really done much. I know we play at times where the server's kind of slow, but I could definitely see it picking up, getting better, guys. I really want to help the server. They seem pretty legit. I think the people, even the admins, were really polite earlier today, and I really admire that. Like, that's amazing. You don't get that. A lot of times you get admins who are like over their heads and think they got all this power and want to be buttheads about everything. They're actually really nice here so far. Which is good, you know, which is really good. You wish you got something. 15 out of 20. Stretch. Oh. Yeah, okay, stop yawning. I'm getting tired. Fixes keep tired. Should have ate something. I should have ate something. So I think I'm gonna get some more curry turkey, potatoes, English empanadas, bro. I'm gonna get some. How long have I been on? You can do exclamation mark uptime. It'll tell you how long I've been on. Do that real quick, guys. I'm gonna actually just turn this off just for a moment. Cartoon, okay? I'll still be here though. Wooden stuff? I know, bro. I'm so tired. Oh, bro, my streaming days are almost at an end. I need to retire. If I retire, can I get a retirement plan? Sometimes I feel like I should have just done YouTube. Just kind of do like streaming. You're just kind of late when you gotta do it all the time. YouTube, you're like, oh, okay, take a break, pause the recording, I'll edit this later. Right here, guys, do the next part. Level 28, dude, you're doing crazy, bro. You're doing great. You're doing phenomenal, bro. Keep up the great work. Don't stop. Never stop, you know? Don't go away, never stop growing, just keep So we're cutting these all up right now, guys. We're doing pretty good. Pretty good. I stream a line later today. It's a maybe. I want to say probably not. I got a pretty busy day today. Like, really busy. Really, really, really busy. If I do, it will be real late at night, dude. Like I said, but if my phone's on, because my phone's gonna turn off. I don't know. I can't promise anything. It just depends. Yeah, no problem. You hear me eating? Oh gosh. Vlogger. Yeah, let's get it. Let's get it now. Get it good. Beep, 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 beep. Discord lets me if you're live. Really? So nothing else lets you know? Just Discord? Discord? Yeah, Discord's awesome, dude. Discord is like the best thing that ever happened. Like, it's great for content creators. Like, of course, be having like these email notifications or self notifications. It doesn't work. They just don't work, you know. Gonna take this bad boy back, but I'm not going that way. Oh no, no. Let's go this way. Dang it! Oh, I need to hurry up, guys. I really screwed up. I hope my truck doesn't break down. Oh, I screwed up bad. I should not have crashed the way I just did. Oh no, my engine is green now, but it ain't gonna be green forever, so let me hurry up. I gotta get back now before this truck breaks down on me. This would be bad news. Yes, this word is amazing. I love it. I just love it so much. But yeah, I'm trying to play whatever games I can now because, honestly, I don't know, my phone will be shut off in a minute, so I won't be able to do any mobile streams anymore. So no more weekend streaming, and then for weekdays, my internet might get cut off again, guys. I don't know. I'm having some tough times right now, like really bad. I've had some other expenses come up, and I just can't do it. And we haven't really been getting like, you know, funds like we used to. So I'm about to. I don't like taking a break, but we might be forcefully taking a break for a little bit. You know, I'm gonna do the best I can. I want to at least get my phone on, so at least I can have the mobile streams and the internet from my phone to stream. It won't be the best, but it's something, right? We'll see. Based upon that, and as of lately, guys, I've just been so busy. You know, I go live just to stay active, but I just have a lot going on. I just got so much stuff popping up out of nowhere. Stuff to do. What's these guys? Construction workers? Maybe they do belong there then. I just don't remember, but I guess they do. Oh no, my car is smoking. It's gonna break down soon. Yeah, I have to make that money. I'm gonna try, bro. It's not so much making money, it's just some expenses popped out of nowhere, you know? Dang it, I'm yellow. I need to hurry up. This sucks. Look at this. See this? I don't like this. Yeah. I got the dancing girls. Yeah, I need to. I might have to. I might have to say, hey guys, private PayPal, Snapchat, let's go. You want it or not? I think my truck will make it. Of course, my truck is topping at a certain speed, guys. I'm in big trouble. I am in big, big trouble. Oh, Jay came out of nowhere with that comment. I just realized. Yeah, I need to do something, guys. I might have to find a lady to go on my channel and just stream for me. Bet you she'll get more followers and donations quicker than I ever did. What the heck? They just ran over? They just ran over a deer? Holy mackerel! The NPCs are mean. I don't think I'm gonna make it back too soon, guys. I need to get a repair kit. Or maybe I'll make it. I don't know. What do you guys think? There's no point, because if I spend $3,000 on a kit, I'm only gonna profit 900 bucks, and it ain't even worth it. I know, but the truck has more capacity. Yeah, I think the damage is just a little too insane. No, I know, but you carry less than storage. That's the big problem, though, with the, I should be able to make it back. It is more fragile, yeah. Yeah, my car does way better on damage. Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't think I've ever had my car break down on me. Always the trucks. The trucks need rework big time. It's like getting one shot in COD. Oh my gosh. As annoying as that game is, I ain't gonna lie. For a moment, I did want to play it, but I'm like, don't do it, man. Don't do it. I'm almost there, guys. I think we'll make it. We got this. We got this. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, birdies. Now, but we're gonna get okay. I gotta watch out for the NPCs now, cause they drive like crazy. Yeah. See anything about them fixing the footsteps? Let me know. I got you, Jay. Yeah, I hope they work on that, dude. They really do. I think that is by far the most annoying thing about COD right now is the footsteps. Honestly, despite everything else, yeah, there's problems. The footsteps need to go ASAP. It needs reworked. Whatever they say they did, it's not enough. They need to rework it even more. Oh, my finger hurts. So they fix. Oh, I know, Jay. I know the struggle, man. I know the struggle. Yeah, I'm gonna make it there, guys. So we're good. The thing is, I'm losing speed, so I need to hurry up. I'm almost there, guys. It's literally right around this corner. Don't you dare cut me off. What the heck's the matter with you? Yeah, I'm losing speed now, so let me hurry up. You get out of my way. I am damaged. I'm not going to make it. The hill's gonna help me though. Yeah, because if I did the other way, if I would have bought a kit, I wouldn't have made enough money. I just tried need a speed heat game, and now it's messed up. Reason the whole highway is covered in grass and trees. Wait, what? What? That's weird. Thank you, Bumble. Bumblebee, thank you. You can't even see the highway? Ouch. Not good, bro. Not good, man. Alright, so I'm selling all my wood real quick. Oh. That's a new star point. I never saw that before. Like a magic wand of stars? Wow. Cool. Awesome. Alright. We're almost done selling this stuff. Let's do it. I appreciate those guys. You guys have helped building our hotness level up. Next to the yeah. He said nope. Not doing it. No way. Nope. Nope. Round one, fight! Right. Here we guys. Got my peach. Games in a giant peach. Truck's about to blow. I watched the Lion King movie, and I must say, I'm a little disappointed, yo. What did they do to Lion King, guys? What were they thinking? Huh? Wait, did I crash? You gotta be kidding me. Wow. Who, what?
Ass liquor.
Alright, guys.
Holy shit! Mierda! Holy fuck! Christ!
Ay, ay, ay. Hey, hit my car. What are you doing? Dum 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 dum. Alright, so I need to go up here real quick just to kind of see what's going on. Player 1, you ready? Player 2, ready? Fight!
What the hell?
It's weird. Why'd my car disappear? See, I don't like this gate right here. We gotta remove this. We need to remove this gate. Mm-mm. 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 Mm-mm.
Gracias, Cusadar! I love Morena! My equal blood!
Oh my gosh. I think these are all just for robbers, guys, so I don't know. Oh. This house costs $95,000, but you can also rent or you can finance. 555 for 180 months. Thank you, Thomas. I meant to mute the mic on that one. I do apologize. But let's visit this house. So at least they let you visit or doing anything. Wow, they really let us know we can exit the property. Oh, it's just this interior? Not that big of a place, guys. 5,000. It's not bad. We'll have our own house. We need a house, guys. But this is more of an apartment, though. Yeah. 95,000. That's in our price range. Yeah, I was eating, bro. I was yeah, shit. I gotta get some sleep here, guys. Maybe in a little bit. Okay, so that house was 95,000. Look, we could buy any house, guys. Look, any house you want. That's so awesome. I love that. This house is kind of cool. What does this house go for? 86,000. This one's a little cheaper. They all have the same interior? Same. What are you talking about, Jay? I could, but I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know which one I would want, though. There's so many different kinds. Like, look, you can legit buy any of these houses, dude. That's amazing. There's all these houses you can buy. Look at all these red bubbles. Look at this. This is good. But I wonder, can players buy the same house? If so, I don't like that. Curious to see that. Yeah, JT Turn, what are you talking about? Uh-oh, I seen all those millions you have in your bank. No, no millions, Jack. I wish, bro. I wish, man. I don't know where I would want to live. Even out here is pretty nice. Even live out here. Let's see what these houses look like. 148,000? Holy moly! Rolling in the dough. Wow, they want a higher price for the same thing? Okay, you know what? You guys are ridiculous. That one's actually glitched. All the houses look the same though. 654,000. Oh. Okay. Well, this one's a little doable. I like this. But it doesn't fit in with like what I'm getting. Like what? I don't know. 600,000 though. It's kind of a lot, guys. Yeah, these houses are expensive, guys. I don't know about these. Let's get back in our car real quick. We got a gaming room. Ooh, right? Jay, that one's cool, bro. But 600,000, that's out of my budget. I can't afford that. $600,000, Jay? You know how long that take to get there? And it's right next to another house that's so much cheaper. Look at this house. This house has loaders on it.
The music in that joint is so ephemeral.
It's a good neighborhood. What do you guys think? Should I rent here?
Cheap Shot Coffee is legit.
Don't I know it?
Just walks away. And this one is 136,000, much cheaper. Ay. And it's one of these again. So it looks like a lot of the properties are this or the one other one. There's no custom ones. These are all like GTA vanilla. What's the L for? I don't know how to get my flying license though, Jay. I still need to get my hunting license. You just reminded me. Whoa! Blinker, really? These cars be scaring me, bro. I want to see what's on the top floor, though. That'd be nice, right? These guys are pretty good with locking. I like that the icon's not there, so nobody can come in and just like... What was it? What server was it, bro, that we were on? That they steal your... yeah, so we can use the green dot. Back police cameras. Bad idea. Bad idea. Probably can't even do it right now anyway. There's no cops online. Right now. No. Oh, wait, what's this? Utilizer? Wait, what the heck? What do I do with this? Oh man, I need to learn what that is. Look at that vending machine. That's pretty cool. Any box? Let's get out of here. I wish we could still do it, or oh, that'd be nice. Look at Jay do it. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna let me, bro. I think I read up about it. I think the cops have to be on. That's good for like oh yeah, let me see about this police garage. What's with this? We can park our cars here? Wow. We can park our cars at the PD. That's impressive. Surprised it wasn't like in here. Probably would have been buggy. I guess I don't blame, or at least, or maybe even, well, here I don't think you can because I wish there was actually an underground garage. Like, I remember San Andreas, there was an underground garage. Yo, amazing, bro. All the cars used to be down there. You used to have to try to keep the gate closed. Like, look, it looks mapped. How do we get on that floor? Yeah. All right, guys. I think I need to get some shut eye. It's like 4:30 in the morning, man. I don't know. Want to get some shut eye? Or do I want to do some Diddy? Probably regretted staying awake. I think it's better if I get some rest. I think I'm gonna do that, guys. I'm gonna get some rest, and I'll just be on tomorrow, or I'll try to be on today. I'll see. I don't know. I can't promise. I'll have to check. But Game, Thomas, thank you guys. Jen, for the rest of you guys, thank you so much as well. This has gotta go. Gotta get out of here. Happy belated Thanksgiving, guys. I hope you guys all had a great holiday. Christmas is coming up for those who believe in that or celebrate that as well. Happy Xmas, happy Hanukkah, happy Merry Christmas. Yeah, guys, that's it for me. So, you guys are awesome. You know, you guys are always coming in here, helping me out, doing all the great things, and I gotta get some rest too. So,